and welcome to Genshin 3.3. Yes, it's that time again. We've come to another major update. This time, well, not much has changed. There's, well, I say that, there's one big thing, but we'll get to that later. Firstly is that we have a new domain to go check out, which we'll go do. Secondly is the Interlude quest, and thirdly is they've added a trading card game. I'm not even kidding. There is a trading card game in Genshin now, and I have no idea what to expect from that. But honestly, that's the last thing on my mind. I'm interested in it because I literally grew up with trading card games, being a Yu-Gi-Oh kid. But it's not on my priorities. It really is not. It's just, we'll see. My actual priority is doing that domain and then doing the Interlude quest, and then basically just seeing what sort of time it is after that. If we've got plenty of time afterwards, then sure, we'll investigate the card game, but if not, never mind. But it is... No, I wanted to go to quests, not events. It is chilling down there, back in Mondstadt. And of course they put it in Mondstadt, so then anyone who's new can also try it out early on. But anyway, it's always nice to be back. There have been a few little changes in the party since last time we saw us in 3.2. Mostly, if I go to my characters, Kohli's level 70 with a maxed out weapon because I needed someone for the Scaramouche weekly boss. In the second phase, you need basically someone who isn't a Hydro character to deal with it, and the only character I had to try and deal with it was Hydro Element, so I was fucked. I was always tanking a character, so I needed someone else, and I needed someone quick, so I picked Kohli, since I knew Dendro can absolutely beat some of the stuff that's in that boss. Also, there's new dollar for Farazan. Farazan's one of the new characters. We'll get to her when we get to her. I don't know if she'll show up in the Interlude quest. Of course I kept Candace, got level 60, and she's looking after this fucking spear, because of course she is. We got her in the stream, I believe. If I go to like the wishes, hang on. One of the main villains, or one of the harbingers, Scaramouche, is now playable as the Wanderer. But as you can see on the right there, from top to bottom, Yanfei, we've known her for a while, Goro, he's been around a bit, and now the new one, Farazan. I am curious about Farazan, but if I was about to say bring up the web history. You can't see it. I'm vaguely close to hitting the pity. I don't want to hit it because it's been 10 full updates since Eula last got a banner and 9 full updates since Hu Tao last got a banner. Both of them are due one eventually, so I'm saving for them so I can get extra constellations for them. It's also been a while since Yelan, but Yelan's still kind of recent-ish, I suppose, so I'm not that fussed. But it's like these two, like it'd be nice to get a few more on them to like bump them up, especially Eula, because Eula's my main damage dealer. Anyway, before we go to main quest, let's check this out. So I'm going to warp here, because I assume it'll be easy enough to get to. Oh no, that's that way. Oh yeah, this monument, this floating monument, you get it by doing the side quest of the desert. It's very long-winded and requires a lot of time and effort to get all the pieces in place, but when you do, you get this. Alright, will it be higher up or will it be lower down? It's lower down, as it says on the mini-map. There's like a down arrow. Just how much further down? Oh, it's down here. Jesus, it's right near the bottom of this thing. I am aware that I'm being kind of bold, considering some of my internet issues I've been having, to now play a online-only game, but And I believe one of these, yeah, this, I think, is... Actually, is it? I don't know. One of these is the Scaramouche set. Or the Wanderer set. And the other one might be there for Farazan. Anyway, let's do this domain the once, because it's new. Oh, I like the aesthetic. Oh, I really like the aesthetic. Why isn't there more of this in the main game? It's always so annoying that it feels like the best, like, arts designed areas are the ones that are always trapped in domains. Like, I'm still gutted that a limited time event, that being the 2.8 one, had literally the best dungeon designs in the game. With Fischl's Castle, with Mona's mazes, you know, like all that stuff. Like, it was so cool, all of it, and it was limited time and could never be experienced again. And I don't agree, especially because it was such needed character development for so many characters, and that event now no one can experience again. And in the next event, it would just be assumed you know about their development. Like, genuinely, I know, like, it would make the events less significant, but I genuinely feel any event that has significant character development or significant story progression, because some did. 1.1 infamously introduced Scaramouche, the person we're going to be spending a lot of time with today. It's always... I always feel like they shouldn't be, just that, you know? I always feel like they should... them stick around and be experienceable in some form or fashion. Maybe not the whole event, obviously, but at least something of it, and you just don't get that. Alright, let's see what... I imagine it's going to be way above... Oh, no, it's here. As we're getting into this, I will just make a bit of a small disclaimer. I am completely aware of the situation going on between Sonic and Genshin for the player awards, and I honestly don't give a shit. I vote Sonic because I genuinely feel it's the game I want to get more recognition. But some people in the Sonic community and some people in the Genshin community are taking this way out of hand and are being ungodly toxic about a fucking one award that is never even the award that's made a big show of. It's just the Player's Choice Award. And it's genuinely ridiculous. Like, it really is. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, if you like Sonic and you want it to win, awesome. If you like Genshin a lot and you want that to win, awesome. If you're attacking other communities because they're not voting for the thing you're voting, fuck off. Just gonna put that down the grill right now. And the reason why I'm making a point of this, because usually when it's like some like toxicness in a community, it's so tiny it doesn't matter. This has like been the most widely observed bullshit in a while. It really, really has. Like, it's been like so in the face that there are some people in the Sonic community and some people in the Genshin community that are being such toxic idiots that are just attacking everyone, especially the other side, for daring to like their game and belittling everyone who thinks differently. Like, it's just like, this is why these two communities are the butt of every joke. And instead of, you know, actually coming together and, you know, respecting each other's likes and respecting each other what they want and just wanting to vote for the thing you like, you're turning it into, like, playground scraps with petty insults and seeing how far you can push the boat out to try and demean the other. And it's just like, I just don't have time for that. I honestly don't care who wins the player award. Like I said, I made my vote because I care about the game and I want to show my support for Sonic. Not because I care for any of this petty arguing and schoolyard bullying that's going on between the communities. It's genuinely pointless. It's so unnecessary and pointless and ultimately kind of pathetic that I just don't care for it. Regardless of who wins the Players' Awards, that's it, you know? Do you remember what game won last year's Player Awards? Probably not. Do you remember what won it the year before or the year before that? You get the point. It's not relevant. It barely matters. It's just there for like the players to get some involvement and then pretend that we matter in the Game Awards run entirely by a jury of biased journalists and corporations. It's just what it is, you know? So don't worry. So if you haven't voted yet and you're like worried, it's like, oh no, I've missed my chance, my yada yada. Don't stress about it. Genuinely, just when the Game Awards comes around. Anyway, man, when the Game Awards comes around, just enjoy it for the announcements. Don't care about any of the awards going on, because it's not worth it. Also, sorry, man, you caught me in the middle of a bit of like a half rant. I was talking about some of the things that have been going on with the Player's Choice Award for the Game Awards recently, and it's bugged me enough that I wanted to say something about it. The mainstream awards, yeah. Because the Player Choice Awards, essentially, and I entirely get it from both angles, there's been major expansions to Genshin all year round. They're on the list for the Player Choice Award. Genshin fans are voting Genshin because they want their game of major expansions to want to get something for it. Sonic fans have had the first good Sonic game in 12 years. Or that's a bit harsh because Generation's alright, but you get what I mean. And it's a real huge step in the right direction, and Sonic fans feel if Sonic wins the Player Award, it will be the biggest thing to tell Sega that they're on the right path. However, these two are dominating and constantly fighting for the top spot in the player votes. Both sides have turned extremely toxic on the other, and it's reached a point where it's impossible to not see it anytime you glance at Twitter. So I was just having a moment to discuss it because it's pissing me off on both sides. I don't like the fact that some Sonic fans are being hyper toxic and aggressive to Genshin fans, and I don't like that some of the Genshin community are being hyper toxic and aggressive to Sonic fans. When both communities are the butt of the jokes of the gaming industry, turning them into schoolyard bullies against each other is so pathetic that's what's annoying me, and it's just like, come on. And the whole thing about bribing them with bribing people with rewards and whatnot, that's another thing that kind of annoys me. Holoverse have never once said that. Like, Holoverse, the company that makes this game, never once said that they will give rewards if they win the Player Awards. Someone in the community said that we probably will if we do, and that that was what spread like wildfire, and it just got misinterpreted as bribing, which is still kind of don't get me wrong, it's still kind of a weird and dumb way of handling it. And a dumb way for voting. You should vote for what you like, not because you want a reward out of it. But the assumption made that they're bribing players with it. No, last year, yes, Genshin did win some awards, and yes, there were rewards in the game for it. But Holoverse, once again, never once said anything. It's just being assumed this time. Quid pro quo. Yeah, that's actually probably spot on, one man. But anyway, that was kind of thing. Like, even though I'm streaming Genshin today, that I just kind of wanted to make my point of saying that at the start, and then just enjoy the new content now for what it is. It was just, that's been kind of like itching and been like a scratch I needed to deal with for like the past couple of days. That specific thing has been really annoying me, because ultimately it's that the Player Awards doesn't matter who wins. No one remembers who won the Player Award last year or the year before that. It doesn't matter. So turning both sides having select members, obviously it's not everyone, into such viciously vindictive and horrendous people just to attack the other because Sonic doesn't want Genshin to win. Who would want Genshin to win? And Genshin's fan going, Sonic fans, what did they deserve? They don't deserve to win. Like, fuck off, both of you, you know? Genshin because I don't like its mechanics. Yeah, and that's entirely fair enough. Vote. The whole point of Player Award is vote for what you like. Vote for what you want to win. For me, as much as I would have voted Elden Ring, because I do love Elden Ring, even, putting my Sonic bias aside, Elden Ring's absolutely gonna win 90% of the awards in the main show. Let's not give it another one. Let's let something else enjoy it. Like, I voted for Sonic. I voted for Sonic in all the rounds for it. I say that right now, I don't know if it's still down, but when I last checked it, the Game Awards voting website went down because of the entourage of both Sonic fans and Genshin fans diving on it at once. Because, like, Genshin content creators and Sonic content creators both took it to, like, YouTube or Twitter posts or whatever to basically try and rally people into the vote. So, of course, there's suddenly a huge entourage of, like, thousands of those streamers or content creators fans diving in on it. So, of course, the website went down. Maybe we're going to make Sonic God of War a solid competitor. Currently on the percentage standings, last I checked, it was 38% Sonic Frontiers, 38% Genshin Impact, and then like, the next thing after that was like 7% of the votes, and it was Stray. And then it was like Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok, like in terms of like Player Choice Awards. Like, it's insane what's going on with the votes right now. But in terms of main awards, yeah, I say that. Like, any award Elden Ring doesn't pick up, yeah, God of War probably will. It's going to be between those two for the whole show, which is a whole different discussion of how I feel towards the Game Awards and how I disagree that any game under any reason can win so many awards. But whatever. Guess worse when you realize toxicity isn't limited to Sonic vs. Genshin either. Content creators are calling it veto bait on Twitter and trying to make God of War. Yeah, and like, because I saw a post and it like irked me personally, and I know like we're kind of bitching a lot at the start of this stream, but there's a lot I need to get off my chest with what's been going on with the Player Awards that really irks me, because it's just so childish to me what people are doing and how they're handling it. But I saw a post and it was like it was trying to play both sides as bad, but it was like one side's worse than the other, and it was trying to make out that like 99% of the Genshin fans are just pedos, and I was just like, if I could reach through my screen and strangle you, let's let people like things. There's nothing like that in this game, because this game literally wouldn't still be on the market if half the shit people said was in it, you know? Yeah, it's fine with me, man. I do it all the time. You should have seen me complete Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter 2 the other day. Oh god, was it kind of brutal? I was kind of busy over the weekend, so I didn't get to catch your streams. So sorry about that, but I do watch your streams all the time, one man. I just don't comment. Well, mostly because I can't because of your new system, which, don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing. I'm not that fussed. I don't mind just watching. Well, I was getting modern gaming design. Yeah, fair enough. That's a work. That's a hole you could open up. That's an entire thing you could open up. Ugh. Especially because, like, if you approve... really? What? I haven't... I have to double check that. I thought I still wasn't. Next stream I'll have to check. Next stream I'll have to check. I honestly thought I wasn't. I don't even bother bringing up chat. I just watched the stream because I just assumed I still wasn't. My bad. I'll have to check next time. My bad. But yeah, it's like we're using modern design, like talking about that. Like a lot of like the modern design influence and whatnot is part of the reason why I'm kind of neither here nor there with Callisto Protocol. Like I enjoy Callisto Protocol. Like I enjoyed the stream and I do want to get back to it. But there's so many little things that make a pile of problems with that game, and it's not like a Soul Hackers 2 situation where it's like, oh, it's a 7 out of 10 and it's got problems but it's still good. Callisto is a 7 out of 10 that feels like a 5 at times, because there's so many little things that just shouldn't be there, that are weird designs or weird moments that aren't glitches. They're deliberate design choices that I just don't agree with. And things like that, and it's just like, it's such a shame because I was really looking forward to it as like the next Dead Space successor, and it just was like, ugh. We're playing Advanced really hit me in the nostalgia feels, being able to hear songs like Give Me Danger and Battle Axe by Deftones in the ending credits makes me warm and fuzzy inside. Yeah, it's part of the same reason why I want to do that veteran campaign of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, the original, not the new one, because I do miss that era of shooters. They weren't all perfect, and there were some cracks and problems that were present even then, but I still really liked them for what they were. It's just, I have no idea when I'm going to work that into the schedule. Like, because we've got this today, we've got Samurai Maiden tomorrow. At some point I need to finish Callisto, but I'm still umming and ahhing on that one, because it sees what mood I'm in. And then also we're working out a Riser. So maybe when there's only Riser on the schedule, like when everything else is wrapped up, then I will do the Modern Warfare 2 veteran run. Because at some point I still need to go back and finish Knights of Azure 2, which I still have no idea when that's going to be. Because it feels like since the summer I've always said, yeah, next month I'll get back to it, yeah, next month I'll get back to it. And then like the next month I just keep on saying the same thing. So I just keep on getting pushed back. Like my ultimate goal was to finish it before the end of the year, and I don't even think that's going to happen anymore. It'll probably be January. There's me pushing it back a month again. But maybe when that's all cleared up, I'll go through it. And you platinumed Trails of Cold Steel 1? Damn! What's the platinum grind for that game like? Is it just time consuming, or is there some trophies that are genuinely really obnoxious? Because it's like, to give an example of what I mean, like Soul Hackers 2, to 100% the compendium, which basically make one of every single demon, you need to finish the 5th floor of each character in the Soul Matrix, which I said you can only do in NG+, but only late into NG+. So it's just like, that trophy to me is one that I think is kind of obnoxious, because you have to do 1.5 playthroughs just to get it. Without a proper guide, you won't platinum it. Oh, okay. I hear ya. I'll keep that in mind if I ever do pick up those games and try them out. Which, like I said, I do want to. Like, next year is going to be a bit of a soft start, because I want to push to try and get Atelier Riser 1 done I spent almost 4 playthroughs because I didn't follow the guide to its utmost precision. Oh god, jeez, yeah, I can imagine that is brutal. Like, I want to finish Rise of 1, because we made a lot of progress yesterday. Like, I got my first real experience with the Underworld, and came to the conclusion that I don't think it was because I finished the game. I think I just thought I finished it because I spent so much time away, because I honestly didn't remember the Underworld at fucking all. And I was like, no, this feels like it's significant. I feel like I remember something like this. So I think maybe I just, like, played it for a while, and then came away, and just somewhere along the line convinced myself I finished it. And so that's why I never went back, but I guess not, because I just genuinely don't remember any of that. But I want to do that, obviously. I want to get Rise of 2 done before February, but that's going to be harder because, as silly as it may sound, I'm genuinely really excited for the next SpongeBob SquarePants game, and that got its release date yesterday. It got announced it's coming out January the 31st, and I'm like, you monster, because February wasn't already packed with like 3 big releases I'm looking forward to, and January didn't already have Sisters v Sisters, which I'm still not even sure if I'm going to cover. Like, now there's another goddamn game in this time slot that I want to play. At least it's not full price. It's not like, you know, $60/£50. It's £35. That's like, what, $40 or $45? SpongeBob positivity is infectious. Well, my favourite childhood game ever, and I mean like childhood era game, is SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. Cosmic Shake is trying to be a direct sequel to the new SpongeBob game, Cosmic Shake, is trying to be a direct sequel to it. So I'm excited for that alone. The only thing I'm worried about is that Purple Lamp, the team that made the SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom remake, are the team making this. And remake BFBB, although it's still really good and still really fun and I still love it to death, there were small things that it didn't have the original did. And it just, in some small ways, just kind of slightly made it, like, graphically way better, but in some aspects slightly inferior. The one thing I did like is that they had a momentum physics system in the remake, which wasn't present in the original, and there's some real dumb shit you can do with momentum to, like, fling SpongeBob around the level a little bit more. Not too much, like, it's not, like, egregious flinging him around, but it's just, like, make jumps you shouldn't be able to, kind of flinging. Like, you can basically do long jumps by, like, using a seesaw and jumping off it to carry the momentum of the seesaw into your jump, and things like that. Like, it had its own pros and some of its own cons compared to the original. That's the team making Cosmic Shake, and it's like, I wonder if some of those, like, problems I had with the BFBB remake are gonna be in Cosmic Shake. And from the trailers I've seen, obviously, like, a lot of the trailers are from earlier in development, but I've seen some of those same things. And I'm just like, I hope they clean them up. I hope they clean them up. I really do. But I'm still super excited for it. The idea of a time-traveling adventure with SpongeBob, I'm like, sure, bring it on, because then it, like, kind of unlocks the potential of level design. BFBB was restricted by the fact it all took place in, like, the city of SpongeBob. It took place in Bikini Bottom. And so, although there was creative levels, and they took some creative liberties here and there, the levels were, like, the fields outside town, the main town, the beach. You know, like, it was more grounded in that sense. And don't get me wrong, I like grounded levels in a lot of games. When it's a cartoon kids game, I kind of want it to kind of be a bit more out there, and that's what Cosmic Shake looks like it's doing, so I'm super all for it. It just, I wish it didn't come out in such a busy time. I wish it wasn't January the 31st it was going to come out. Like, come on, like, push it back to March or something, please. just so I can like spare my wallet for a month more. Because February, I say that, like, it's more 2 than 3. It's just there's a third one I'm umming and ahhing on. It depends at the time. That being, Like a Dragon Ishin. But the 2 main ones I definitely want to get is, obviously, Rise of 3. And the other one is Theater Rhythm, the Final Fantasy rhythm game. That's going to have, like, 100, or like 300 odd tracks, sorry, of the entire franchise. Plus, it's going to get DLC post-launch of other Square Enix properties. So I want to do a near rhythm game. I want to do a Kingdom Hearts. Well, I know Kingdom Hearts already has a rhythm game, but Kingdom Hearts without the copyright rhythm game. Because, you know, I want to, like, do that shit. That sounds super dumb fun to me as someone who likes rhythm games. But they're both full-priced. Well, I said we don't know for sure with Riser 3. I'm just assuming it's going to be full price since every other is. And with Riser 3, I'm probably going to get the Ultimate Edition so I can get all the costume DLCs and music DLC and all the rest of it, because that's exactly what I've done with like the past 4 Atelier games that we've covered on the channel. KH3's on PS Plus right now. That's sick. I cautiously recommend KH3. If you've never played a Kingdom Hearts game, then probably don't, because you're not going to get anything that's happening in the story, and the recap the game gives you is kind of weak. But if you have experienced a few, and you know the kind of general gist of a vague idea, sure, play KH3. Just play it with some personal restrictions, is what I'd recommend. Not just for difficulty, but for fun factor. There's a mechanic in that game... Scripting 3 or 4 videos on Trials of Cold Steel. Damn, good luck with that. Like, there's like a couple mechanics in KH3 that if you use them, delete the fun of the game because they win for you. So if you like deactivate them, because you can literally just turn them off in the settings, it adds more to the challenge, sure, because you don't have these crutches, but it requires you to then learn the combat more, and so it became more fun. When I did a playthrough before I started streaming, I've got a playlist I'll get to in a second involving this. When I went through it on the hardest difficulty and did it so it was only using my weapon and not using Ultima form or the carnival mechanic or the summons sort of thing, it was genuinely super fun. It was hard as dick, but it was super fun. I had such a blast with it. Yeah, on my first playthrough, when I did use those mechanics, I genuinely thought the game was just okay. Like, the mechanics that are supposed to be there for more of, like, the Disney sparkle and all that stuff just hurt the game more than help it. And I genuinely think if you go without them, the game's more fun. Admittedly, critical mode is genuinely a really well-balanced critical mode for a Kingdom Hearts game as well. Some previous games' crit modes, some of them are either horrendously balanced against you or are horrendously balanced in your favour. Like, there's no in-between. Whilst KH3, it really felt like they struck a good balance with critical because it didn't come out at launch. It came out like a year after the game came out and paid attention to how players were playing the game and general feedback to then structure the difficulty. So it was better to balance it around what people were actually using and doing to make it fairer while still hard. Because I never liked Disney. Kingdom Hearts is a Final Fantasy game with the odd Disney character. That's also an action RPG. That's the easiest way to put it. Like, in the earlier, like, Kingdom Hearts games, there's more Final Fantasy influence, sure, and in the later ones there's slightly more Disney influence, sure. But as a whole, like, Sora is straight up just a Final Fantasy character, really. It's just he's been like, a bit more Disneyified in the art style. It just so happens that his teammates are Donald and Goofy. And you spend most of the game traveling to different Disney worlds, like going to Aladdin or going to Little Mermaid, or spending time in Lion King, etc, etc. At some point I'd love to stream a Kingdom Hearts game. The only thing that's stopping me is that it would literally be copyright hell. I didn't like them much about Final Fantasy Verse 7 Remake for chapter 15 and watch the Arden chapter. Yeah, that makes it more awkward as well, because like in Kingdom Hearts 1, like Sora's human friends outside of Kairi and Riku is a character from Final Fantasy 8, a character from Final Fantasy 10, and I want to say a character from 9, but I can't remember. It's been a while. And Final Fantasy Tactics, the second favorite, the second favorite Final Fantasy game, good old Tactics. You know what my favorite cross promotion is for Final Fantasy, since I've yet to move off this screen and I'm still talking? When they did Tic Tacs, and it was called Final Fantasy Tic Tacs, and it just had the Tactics logo on it, but they just flipped the lettering. I was just like, okay, that's kind of cheeky. They literally just flipped the A and the I for it, and it was literally Final Fantasy Tic Tacs, and it had the exact same like Tactics logo and everything. I was just like, okay, that's kind of cute. So I'd love to cover a Kingdom Hearts game, but every single main Kingdom Hearts game has a lead main theme song that's licensed that will, I guarantee you, never survive YouTube. Never survives YouTube. Any like video of that it happens to have even a glimmer of KH1, 2, or 3's main themes are either claimed or don't exist anymore because copyright will literally strike them down. It's insane. And so if I were to live stream those games, I would literally have to mute my screen or skip the opening cutscene, and then skip the credits, which I don't even think you can do for most of the Kingdom Hearts games, because there's usually cutscenes of some kind playing during the credits. Otherwise, the stream would literally get taken down because that. And then even ignoring that, you've got the juggle of every Disney World plays. Although it's orchestral remixes, it's still based on the original, Disney property tracks. It's still the theme from Aladdin when you're in Aladdin World. It's still the themes from Little Mermaid in Little Mermaid World. It's still Tron music in Tron World. And so all of it, it's I'd love to stream those games, but I'm so hesitant because it sounds like it would be absolute war to do so. And I think that's a shame because I'd love to cover those games. But to get to my point of the playlist, I did make a playlist, I don't know how far you'd have to dig for it, called Kingdom Hearts Bosses, and it was me fighting, if you want to use it as a point to kind of basically see what the game's like across the whole franchise. With the exception of DDD, it's me covering every single game's super bosses on each game's respective hardest difficulty. So I went through all of KH1's 5 super bosses on Proud mode. I did both the final bosses of Chain of Memories on Proud. I did all 15 super bosses of Kingdom Hearts 2 on Critical. I did was it 5? I think it was 5 super bosses of Birth by Sleep on Critical, and then all 15 super bosses of Kingdom Hearts 3 on Critical. And if you're wondering why 2 and 3 are 15, it's because there's an evil organization, a game called Organization 13, and after you beat the game in 2 and 3, you can rematch all of them, but they've got entirely rebuilt kits and are full-on super bosses that expect you to be level 99. And they're the hardest fights in the game. So they all count as super bosses, and it adds an additional 13. But they always have one that's a little easier in the base game, and then one that's the ultimate final challenge after you've done the organization, which makes the 15th. So which is why there's 15 super bosses in KH2 and 15 super bosses in KH3. And the super bosses in KH3, I can't stress enough, they're some of the hardest things I have ever managed to do in a video game. The absolute true final super boss, the very last video of that playlist against Yozora, this alternate dimension version of Sora, genuinely was the hardest action game challenge I have ever experienced in a video game. And this is coming from someone who's, beats Dancing Must Die mode in every Devil May Cry. Someone who's, beaten every Dark Souls, beaten basically every FromSoft game. Nothing ever challenged me the way Yozora on Critical did in that game. It was absurd. It took me 10 days straight of fighting that bitch, of focusing him down. I learned whole new ways to exploit and alter game mechanics solely to win that fucking fight. It was that hard. I had to completely reconfigure and do bullshit speedrun tactics with weaponry and item swapping and gear effects solely to stand a chance against that fight, because everything, no matter what, would two-shot you. He has 66 different attacks, and only 4 of them can be countered to hurt the bitch, so you're basically dancing and avoiding until you get your loose opportunity, to which you only, if you're lucky and super kid out of power, will do about a life bar and a half of a man who has 26 life bars. Halfway through the fight, he alternates to a second phase where he's completely invincible, spamming you with a near infinite supply of attacks for the next minute and a half, with only one opportunity after that minute and a half to counter him and break him out of it. If you miss it, you do the entire minute and a half again, to then break into a phase 3, where all of the previous attacks that could be countered are no longer counterable, and a new group of 3 or 4 attacks are the new ones you need to be looking out for that are actually counterable. And all of them aren't obvious how you counter them. You've just got to fucking figure that out, bitch. And if you die, there's no checkpoints, go back to the start. Yozora took life out of me trying to beat. He took life out of me. He was insane. I remember, afterwards, and I even made a point of talking about it in, whatever Let's Play I did at the time, that, I genuinely, the heightened level of adrenaline and stress that I put myself in to beat that boss at the end genuinely hurt me afterwards. And not as in oh, it was so much, no, as in it genuinely caused me immense pain to my heart and my head, because my heart was beating too fast for too long and my head was hyper focused on the game for hours at a time. the level of adrenaline I was riding on damaged me just to beat that fight. That's how insanely, brutally ridiculous it is. Just for me, like 5 minutes later, to see someone be like, critical level 1 run against Yuzora, and I'm like, you madman, how? How? What I'm saying is that if you ever go through KH3, don't fight the super boss on the hardest difficulty. You won't live. Or if you are doing it, don't put restrictions on like I did, like not using the bullshit instant win the game mechanics and trying to win it fair. It's not worth it. Anyway, after that very long... Oh god, I've been sitting on this screen for nearly half an hour. Let's actually see what this new story quest is for a bit.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatarasuna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of
this guy
course,
sounds
you
fun.
restrict yourself to textual criticism.
He also sounds British. Am I the only one that thinks that? Whoever's voicing him sounds British.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
I can't shake it. He sounds British. He sounds like he's like a theatre kid who like went to like the London Theatre or some shit. Like, he sounds like a theatre actor, like from like a British theatre. Like I need to find out who voices Sawada at some point.
Okay, but
meanwhile, we're just kind of standing here.
Mentioned Tatarasuna, but that's all the way in Inazuma.
Oh, I was too busy paying attention to how British that guy sounded. I wasn't even paying attention to what they were actually saying. I guess then they did bring up Tatarasuna.
Is it just Paimon, or is it kind of unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that?
I mean, not really.
Everyone here
Paimon.
is going about
I
their
imagine there's a
business.
lot of instances where people want to write something about other countries.
People here are free to read.
Not everything is restricted to the country they're in. If they want to write about, you know, a distant land, right, let them go. Let's go listen in.
Let's go find out what this Tatarasuna mystery is all about.
Oh, I imagine it's because the Tatarasuna mystery, I imagine why it's got Inazuma involvement is because this quest is going to involve Scaramouche. And Scaramouche was created in Inazuma, so there's the involvement.
alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
You looking for the traveler? That me.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
What, do you doubt me, Mr. London Theatre?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma.
So, as Inazuma is basically Genshin's Japan, this is a Japanese man in Sumeru, which is like a Middle Eastern country, with a British accent.
This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started...
It's like Mr. Worldwide here.
Examining the evidence. Sorry.
Sawada, do you have any idea how creepy that is to look at a woman and say examining the evidence? What the? Why are you examining this poor girl? Did you? Ugh! I mean, let's just turn around and go away.
Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kind of lacking.
Yeah, I can tell.
Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Sure.
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry, can't help this time.
My teacher
Not that I'd
chose
want
this
to after
area of
examining
research as
bullshit.
a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love
If you
to
don't
show
mind.
you my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive or a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows.
I feel like we'd learned a little about this story from Kaidahara Kazuha,
Apart
a
from
character
the
from
swordmaker,
Inazuma.
his
I
servant,
feel like
and the
I
one who
remember some of
wrote
this
all
rings
down,
familiar.
The records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
Which would be the referencing to the Ballad of Scaramouche,
That's
probably.
right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabukimono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly.
Yes,
So I
my
helped
thoughts
out too.
exactly.
I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what
So
happened
I shouldn't be
back
going
then.
on Sawada so
And
much. It's just,
wow,
it's like, it's
did I
really
get
like
lucky?
struck out to me. Yeah, Lumine, my bae. Yeah.
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine...
To be fair, Lumine's grown on me. It was weird. When Genshin first came out, I honestly didn't care for Lumine at all. And it's because the real endgame of Genshin, you know, the fan art.
Years ago.
Once I was like exposed to a lot more of that, I started to become a lot more appreciative. Because it's like, okay, yeah, she can actually be kind of cute. Like,
Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
could it be?
Wait, so there are two missing people in this story now?
Yeah, okay, Paimon, I was
That's
thinking.
right. What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Yes.
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah.
Like Ishinart.
Like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan.
Hey, what did I just say a minute ago when I said this story sounds like something Kaidahara told me? I told you it rung familiar.
Something then seems to have happened.
I remember the
to
Genshin
Kaidahara
lore
clan,
probably
leading to
better
their
than I
downfall.
remember things in my real
I don't
life
know
that
the
I should remember
details,
more.
but taken in light
I'm
of
terrible with
everything else
this. I
going
just
on
some of
around
this
that
just
time,
sticks
it
with me
makes
for
you
some
wonder
reason.
whether
I think it's
all
just because
connected
Kazuha is such a
somehow.
cool character that I just listen to everything Kaidahara Kazuha says.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
There's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are
Gents?
about to
There's only
be
one
blown.
gent here.
Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most...
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human, but a...
Oh, it is the Balladeer. That's the other thing I called. I was like, Balladeer Scaramouche, because he wasn't born, he was created. He was to serve as like a false clone for the goddess of Inazuma. But he wasn't strong enough, so he was discarded. Which is what started Scaramouche's snowballing into becoming the psychopath he is today. Because his own mother said he wasn't strong enough to be worthy of her presence. So it was abandoned. But he has no real heart. He has no real thing. He's just a shell. He's literally a puppet. So yeah, they're literally talking about Scaramouche.
A puppet?
Come on, Paimon, use your brain. Shogun puppet and Electro Archon maid should be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. It couldn't be her. The Bukimono has to be the Balladeer. See? I know my shit too much. But what was he doing 400 years ago in Tatarasuna?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Yeah, he's a psychopath that will murder you.
No.
Glare at Paimon and hope she keeps her mouth shut.
No. Paimon just meant
Yeah, because if we start talking about the balladeer, they might go looking for him, and if they happen to find him, they will die.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected.
Spooky
And
events,
that's
this guy.
exactly what
Yeah, I
my
need to find out who his
Please,
voice
take a
actor
look.
is at some point, because he is so... He absolutely is someone who I would have heard in like a London theatre. He's absolutely a theatre actor, this guy. I can't shake it. I know I keep saying it, but it's like, it's so forefront in my mind. Oh my god. Alright, Author Sarda. In the afternoon, from afar. Da-da-da. I ain't reading all that.
And please read my essay draft as well.
Neither that. You're both
Sawada
talking about
was
Scaramouche, that's all I need to know.
follow
That's
his
like
more
scrolling through a
primitive
terms
approach,
of
but
service
I think
agreement.
essay
I was
should
like,
be
I'm not
grounded in
reading that.
facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces
When
will
it's
cut it.
optional lore, I don't mind reading it out, but when it's like in your face, read the scripts, I'm like, okay, the game's going to tell me what it is anyway, in shorthands. They know that not every player's going to read it. They'll give me the TLDR.
Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Yeah, it sounds more like a novel.
Komagawa, look, your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Okay, and then we're never going to talk to those two again. All they did was we approached them, they examined us, started making us read these giant long essays, and then left.
It has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Of course it does.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Oh shit, what are you doing out? What's wrong?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
Yeah, what's Scar up to?
Balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up.
He's making me Paimon stop talking. I say this every update. I don't get what I do get because it's easier on the actress, but it's a shame, I think it's the easiest way to put it, because when the game first came out, Paimon was nowhere near this squeaky. She was softer spoken and not this squeaky, but something changed, like in like 1.1 or 1.2, and like her voice was getting super squeaky, and it's like I can't help but feel like they shouldn't have. Like, and I get it. It's entirely because it was easier on the voice actress. Like, it was easier on her throat and easier on her performance to do it. I entirely get it, but holy shit. Hey, Nahida, why is Skara running around?
Traveler, Paimon, there you are.
Hey, Nahida.
Bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public.
Is that Ruby Rose and Ruby all over again? Yeah, and it's a similar deal with that. Lindsay Jones, her performance in Volume 1 is nowhere near as high-pitched or squeaky as what it becomes in later volumes. It's just, in the similar deal, it became more comfortable to her, so the voice director let her do that. But when you listen to, like episode 1 or 2 of, like, the original Volume 1, Lindsay Jones' performance really isn't that squeaky. It's soft, but it's not nasally and squeaky like it is in the later volumes. But then you get to, like, you jump ahead to, like, Volume 2, it's super nasally and squeaky. And in Volume 3, it's near obnoxious. They, thankfully, Lindsay they toned it back a little bit for Volume 4 onwards, because Ruby as a character was supposed to have grown up a little bit, so of course making the character's voice still super squeaky wouldn't have made sense. But it was still like, it's a similar deal there, where Lindsay as performance, like, it was very difficult for them. I have to keep on specifying because they are they are non-binary. It's not a her, it's a they. Their performance was better in Volume 1, but far harder for them in Volume 1 to persist, to keep up. It's similar to actually a lot of the cast. The only character whose like voice was like never changed was Yang. Barbara Dunkelman's performance of Yang. If you ever hear Barbara talk normally, you realize all she did was talk normally for Yang. So of course she didn't have to change her voice. She literally just talks and it's Yang. Whilst the rest of the cast alter or change little things of their voice to make it suit the character more.
Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Oh, he still sounds very nice to see us. Hello, Scaramouche.
Hey! What are you doing?
God, look at Lumine's face. She's just like, oh, this bitch.
Aren't you supposed to be laughed at?
I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
Look out, it's like Paimon, they overthink it. Yeah, I can agree to an extent. I kind of wish Paimon wasn't this squeaky.
You trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about.
Ooh.
But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Is it just me, or is Nahida's mic different than the rest? The thing with Genshin as a whole is that Genshin doesn't have a centralized voice acting studio. Every voice actor and actress in this are allowed to be a part of unions and are allowed to use either their own local studios or their own in-home studio. So sometimes some of these actors and actresses do use different mics and are in different studios, and so the audio quality is slightly different. As long as it's above a certain standard, it's acceptable in this. So yeah, Nahida probably will sound different.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Scaramouche is just like, oh, so you were going to kill me. Not support Genshin. No, that's a good thing. Personally. Because it allows the actors and actresses to be more comfortable. It allows them to do things in their own comfort and not be like centralized to this one big studio they all have to show up at. As long as, especially because they accept unions, which means they are allowed to fight for better wages. Or just shouldn't pay the price. I don't think they do enough for it to be noticeable. Like I said, the audio quality still has to be above a certain standard. Yeah, Nahida does sound a glimmer different, but I don't think it's that bad. Honestly, if you want to hear a character that I think actually does sound kind of rough, and it's nothing against the actress, I think it's entirely just the quality, is Klee. I don't like Klee's English voice at all. And so I have nothing against the actress at all, I just don't like Klee's voice. And obviously it's slightly different if you play it in the Chinese or Japanese version, because they work with different studios and different systems and different standards. Like, I do think in Japan there are more major recording studios that they use, so there's more consistency. And I have no clue at all how things go in China for the Chinese version if you want to play the authentic Genshin experience. It's just with the English, they give the voice actors and actresses far more freedom. Centralized studios into attack voice actors. No, it's not about that. It's more like instead of making all of them go to, say, some studio in New York, if one of them's in California, one of them's in Detroit, if one of them's in Austin, Texas, they can do their stuff in their studios as long as the audio is good. That's the point. Like, it's trying to give them more freedom and more movability. instead of having to try and bring them all in to, like, you know, some New York studio. It's giving them, like, more of their own thing. Obviously, there are some things, like, several are... Actually, like, when I say several, about 60% of the voice cast, so a lot more than several, are tied to Atlus talent. And that's different from Atlus as in the company that makes the Persona games. That's just a voice recording studio called Atlus Talent. And they have a centralized studio that they always bring people into, which is why, like, 90% of the Inazuma casts sound on the same audio level, because almost the entire cast in Inazuma are from the same agency. You know, like, it's just how it is. Scaramouche's voice actor, Patrick, can't remember his last name, is also part of Atlus, which is why his audio quality is a lot better, because Atlus is a lot more professional. But then equally, it's like, I can't remember what character it is, but there is, like, a Canadian actor in here who's, you know, in Canada, so it's it's harder to get that. I know, like, it's a whole debate, and I understand that there's different perspectives, sort of thing, but for me personally, I don't mind, as long as it's only to a certain extent. Like, it's not like we're hearing someone start talking in my mic quality, you know? It's like, it's still good, it's still actual microphones in recording studios, it's just of varying degrees. As long as it's still of that standard, it doesn't bother me, because I'd rather them be more comfortable. But I get it's not for everyone. And like I said, alternatively, this is a super anime-esque game, so there's a lot of people who play it in Japanese. And equally, there's a lot of people who are super, not elitist, is the wrong word for it, but like super traditionalist, that they want to play the game in the original language, so play it in Chinese, because it's obviously, this is a Chinese-made game. So for them, this problem doesn't exist. It's just in the English version, which I personally prefer the English version because I like a lot of the voice actors and actresses, or follow them for various means through like Twitter and whatnot, and have done for a while, that I stick with the English VAs. We're doing in-house comfort, at least agreeing on specific mic used. I mean, yeah, I guess. That one I can, yeah, that one I can understand. But then even then, if you spent like $200 US on your microphone and it's super good and super great and whatnot, and suddenly everyone says, oh, actually, no, we're all using this one, it's different, you need to get it. There's no way in hell, unfortunately, that the company's going to supply those microphones and send them all to your homes, because that's just unfortunately not how the industry works, and these companies won't do that. They should, but they won't. So that suddenly becomes a chore of money on the actors and actresses, which are ultimately just trying to earn money like the rest of us to pay off their bills and rent, you know? That's what I mean, like, there's always more steps to the discussion. I said, I don't think you're wrong in your opinion, One Man. I completely get why you feel that way and why you think that way. There's just more layers to it, and so it's like, I just leave it as it is. I'm fine with it as it is. Because it makes it easier for them, and I'd rather it be easier for them. It doesn't, as long as the quality isn't horrendous, it doesn't bother me. Anyway.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
Because I was like, Nahida's actress, I might be wrong, but I think she's Studiopolis, which is a Hollywood area-ish studio. So that's another, as an example of what I mean, like, to use Scaramouche and Nahida. So I might be wrong, she might not be Studiopolis. I know there's a few people here that's Studiopolis, but so I don't know who Nahida's actress is off the top of my head, but like Patrick as Scaramouche is Atlus talent, while she is potentially Studiopolis. Obviously, two different studios, two different systems, two different stuff. Only workers of in-home comfort, more conditions providing mics universally. Yeah, and says I agree with that. If companies actually did that, if companies actually did that. And that's a different problem, because you're never going to convince major corporations to do those comforts, even though it really doesn't cost them anything to do that. Good example, it's the same in film. There's like 4 different major films that I vaguely paid enough attention to, or followed content creators that went to see it, and each time they said they got the ticket, but they had to pay for the flight and travel and the hotel once they got them, like, to get there. Like, they just got the tickets. It's just like, maybe it's just me growing my adult life on Universal subs, but it's a weird grate on my ears. And that's fine. I said, personally, even though I play this in English, if I would probably recommend most people play Genshin in either Chinese or Japanese, because they're more consistent. So I don't know what goes on with China, but at least from what I've heard, it all sounds like it's from the same studio. Like they're all bottlenecked into one studio to do it all. And in Japan, it's just different rules and regulations in general, so it does end up sounding like they're all on the same mic level. So if that's the thing that's bothering you, absolutely play it in those ways. It's just for me personally, who has known these actors and actresses, some of which I've got to speak to over the years through like various like interviews or cameo things or whatever, that I want to have them around. I want to have their representation and whatnot. Say paying expenses yourself and company business is awful. Yeah, I mean that was the reason why a lot of like dedicated Sonic content creators didn't go to the premiere of Sonic 2 when that film came out, because although they were willing to have their ticket paid for them, it was like on the opposite end of America, and they weren't prepared to hop on a flight then pay for a hotel room on such short notice, because they got their ticket like literally. I was watching Some Call Me Johnny. He said he got his ticket like 9 days before the event, so he had like an extremely short amount of time to plan and get everything sorted to get there. He went, but he definitely pumped out more videos than usual when he got back. It's like, okay, yeah, clearly he's hurting a little bit. That affected his wages. That affected his money. I said that's just one example, and it's just unfortunately it happens because, you know, heaven forbid Universal Studios help out a little bit. It's like a month to plan ahead. Yeah, I'm the same. If someone's like, hey, do this in the next week, I'm like, huh? It's like, you need, like, if you want to meet up, you got to plan way in ahead. If I'm doing a trip for anything, it's got to be months ahead, because I need to, like, it's not even about physically planning and being prepared. It's like mental prep. I need to be ready for it. It's not just even budget. It's like, I need the headspace to be like, I'm ready to do this. Let's go. Let's sort this out. Everything I need to do is sorted. Everything at home's fine. The cats are fed and someone's looking after them when I'm away or whatever. You know, like all these little steps that I need to happen. It can't be that sudden.
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us!
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the
financial limitations. Yeah, I get that. I mean, it is as well for me to an extent. It's just that's usually not the thing that's on the forefront. It's entirely in my head. I have to just kind of like be like, okay, this is happening, this is doing this, yada yada. Like, to give an example, you know when I went to Anime Con, we made plans for that in May, and we went last month. That's what I mean. Like, it took some time to set up and be ready and like, okay, let's go, sort of thing. Like, ahead just to make sure it was on it. And even then, it was a day trip. It was like a 2 or 3 hour drive, sure, but that was like it. How do you explain if it's uptake of 2K and I live in Oregon? Yeah, ugh.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us.
Yeah, I hear you, dude.
That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean, he's not a Harbinger anymore?
You're allowed to enjoy the event, but it's also a good way of promotion. Yeah, true, because you'd be like, hey, I'm this guy, hey, support me. Like, you could have like a shirt that she has like your channel name on it. Or you could get stuff that you could then promote on your channel, like, hey, I got this at this convention, this is cool, go check it out.
I had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
So he tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you.
Yeah.
Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers.
To be fair, from what we've seen of the Harbingers, Skara's got a point. Like, they all look like they're one step away from, like, backstabbing each other, because they all just are trying to use each other for their own means, while happening to be under a collective consciousness. You had fun in your expo vid? Reminded me of what I wish to. Yeah, and the thing is, the only reason I got away with it is because it was still relatively close. Like, 2 to 3 hour drive. it's not the end of the world, you know. Like I don't drive. It was my sister who took me, but we had a blast, and it's because it was local-ish. It was fine. My sister got more than I did. I can't believe, like, I was in the middle of a convention, wooling around. I came back and I saw her and her husband sitting down on a table, playing the Pokemon trading card game against each other. I was just like, oh, for goodness sake! I was like, come on, you two. So she's just similar to Scarra's, yeah.
So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Like that, eat or be eaten. But that's like how the Harbingers, like the main baddies, kind of work. There's a specific video that highlights it, and it's like, it's a specific trailer where they're all circled round to one of their members' funeral. And during the whole thing, they're like juggling, being respectful for the dead, and taking pot shots at each other. Because they're trying to make everyone else seem less so they seem better. Just so they can have more influence on what they do and more control of the situation. And it's like, they're around a funeral. This is how heartless they've become. That being said, whenever our Shaleno wants to come out, or however you pronounce her name, I will serve her. I'm just throwing it out there. The moment she's around and like she's present in the story, if she tells me to jump, I'll jump. If she tells me to get down, I'll get down. If she tells me to die, well, I'll find a toaster. You know, like, it's gonna... I'm kidding. I'm not simping that hard. It's just... Oh, fuck. Someone who has red crosses in their eyes and silver hair and muscles and is described as a tomboy character, a tall tomboy character who's the first to go into battle. I'm just like, fuck. Yes, please. The dead, of course, to me, one of my few consistent rules in life is never disrespect the dead. Absolutely, because their time was gone. You respect what they were, regardless if you don't agree with everything they were. Really? Oh, anyway, let's go back to insulting Scaramouche. Really? What's a crying shame?
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like
because of the 11 Harbingers, there's...
You said you need protection.
I'm gonna say 8.5 left.
Why not join forces with us?
Because La Signora is dead, which brought it down to 10, and Scaramouche, as he's now telling us, has been abandoned by the rest of them, so that's 9. But Tartaglia Child, he's kind of like, he aligns with the Harbingers, but he's helped us out a bunch of times, and he's more morally grey than he is, like, dark. Like, he is prepared to help us if it suits. He is prepared to take a step back from the Harbingers when it suits. So I count him as more like a 0.5 than a full, like, unit. This wasn't sketchy. But that is one of them. I feel like Sushi disrespected my old man's society, sorry. So even though it's been 14 years, they've still sent it to me as ever. Yeah, I hear you. Like I've said it before, like with me, I try and talk about it, not like to like bring the mood down, but just talk about it to kind of make it more comfortable of a subject to talk about by familiarity. Because I've had a death in the family 1 a year for the past 5 years. And for me, that doesn't get any easier to process or any easier to deal with, and it does, in like some kind of weird spiritual way, make me nervous for next year in case someone else goes, you know? So I try and make it a normal talking point, like not just for my sanity, but for anyone else as well, that it is okay, you know? Seen in game either. Yeah.
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously!
Yeah.
Don't listen to him!
Paimon's just like, something's okay to not be okay. Yeah, I know, dude.
Then let's put that discussion to
Trust
the
me,
side
you'll know if there's ever a point where I need to take time away. I'll never... Even if sometimes my physical health I forget about or neglect a little bit and continue streaming, my mental health, no, I take that very seriously. If there's ever a point where I'm not 100% or not feeling it, I will take whatever time away I need and just kind of chill with fam or whatever.
Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
So are we just dragging Scaramouche out around the town to see how he responds and then judging if he's worthy of being near society despite the fact he tried to brainwash the entire country to kill us?
Alright.
And very
Then
nearly
I'll do what we
succeeded?
agreed.
And made himself a false god? I think you're being too nice god of wisdom.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Alright, the only sort of events are not hard to find. I appreciate that, man. I really do.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes.
It's just like, yes, bitch, stop arguing with me. I'm the goddess of wisdom.
In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
So we have to go with him to Irminsul. But then Skara's gonna learn about our twin.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
No, I'd be forgiving just on the aspect of respect. Yeah, fair enough.
I
mean, there was an opportunity to end Skara and we chose not to, and Nahida decided to take him away to want to talk to him and learn more about him. So it's like we've already passed the point. It's like, look, if we're not going to kill the guy who nearly killed us, what do we do? And you know, like, we have to find something, otherwise we're going to be like looking over our shoulders for the rest of our lives.
It's possible that
and that's what this plot, I'm guessing, is going to be about. We're trying to find, not necessarily get along or redeem Skara, but get to a point where we can at least respect each other's footing and go our separate ways. Skara was a bad apple and always pulled something crazy. The fact that he got close to your respect for the hustle. Oh, absolutely. He became... The thing is, the only reason his plan failed was because of a piece of his god plan that he set up being used against him. Because there was a whole thing in the story arc where there's a point where he basically makes a Groundhog Day to experiment on the consciousnesses of people and start gaining control. The Revolver Ocelot Gambit? Yeah, it's a good comparison. And so he made it so everyone was reliving the same day with no recollection of the time before. How we beat him was recreating and making him re-go through the fight until we won, like, several hundred attempts later. So, on a technical level, he was more powerful than Nahida. Because he won, like, hundreds of times, or whatever it was. He killed them hundreds of times and took over. It was just because we used bullshit that we got ahead. So he literally... It wasn't that he tried to get power of a god, he outpowered gods. And we stopped him through his own bullshit. So it's like, you can respect that he got that far, you know? But it also puts, like... that for... Because keep in mind, in the main overarching story of Genshin, this chapter, this entire story arc of, like, Sumeru, is exactly the middle point of the story. Like, this is dead in the middle. This is the 4th of 7 regions. So where do we go from here? Now it's been introduced that it is actually possible for even people who don't have souls, because I said Skara was a created human, he's not a natural human, he's a puppet, to use what the game calls him, who literally just had his strings cut. If he could reach it, what could humans do? What could humans with great will do? What could humans with already near godlike status do? You know? Like, so it's like this, the plot setup of like what could come later with this, this being the middle of the road. He's never accomplished anything with clean hands. Yeah, true.
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god.
It's right in the aspects of morality is horrendous. Yeah, like I said, morality is one, but in terms of what he actually achieved, yeah, it's like, fuck dude, you actually got that far, damn. And he's still like, of all the like major bosses, still the hardest one, easily. Like, I've got a bit more used to it, because all the major bosses you can rematch for new resources every week. He's still the one that gives me the most shit. Every single time I get to him, I have to like bring buffs and heals. Everyone else I can kind of do comfortably, even the ones I used to find challenging. The Skara fight's like, no, you're still fighting him, he's still hard as hell.
The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long.
That being said, though, if you can, during the fight, the optional boss fight against Skara now, if you can interrupt his almighty attack, you can basically win the fight then and there. It takes a lot of work to interrupt it, because he charges it up, but if you can, like, get on the ball immediately and manage to interrupt it, you basically win the fight, because he stays stunned for like 20 seconds. So you can use that to just min-max damage and just push through him whilst he's in one place, and you can just go for everything. And it's what they want you to do, because they fully recharge all of your skills and ultimate skills the second you get the stun. They want you to just make the most of this moment to try and kill him. But if you fuck it up, then yeah, no, you're going to be in that fight for the next 10 minutes. Because he is such a pain in the ass and so brutally damaging.
So I asked
even if you've got good defense.
To search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information and should be able to find it more quickly.
And what if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if...
Alright, Paimon, you don't need to talk. I think I've already said the point. You're just repeating me.
Us as enemies every time we run into him!
I understand. But sometimes...
Because I get Paimon's hesitant to trust, because to give you a rundown of our interactions with Scaramouche, back in 1.1, he pretended to be our friend just to get close enough to try and assassinate us. And it was only because a different character who can see, like, fate, saw what was going to happen, that she got us out of there and explained the siege. We then didn't meet him again to a whole year later in 2.1, where he poisoned us to try and kill us again, and only reason we survived is because he was bribed away with a gnosis, which is basically the key to a god's power. And then the next time we saw him was another whole year later in, you know, like the 3 Point series, where he's taken over a whole country by effectively brainwashing them, and is using it to make himself a god to take over everything, and we're just an obstacle in his path. So I get it. But at the same time, I want to see where this goes.
How things will go in the future depends on what
I got through the first encounter of him.
information
Yeah, back in
he brings
1.1.
And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity,
Jesus, Nida, that got deep very quickly.
Responsibility to be on guard
value
against
might
the
raise right.
Valadier.
Yeah, true.
But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you.
I think for me, it's easier to just be like, I want to see what goes on with Skara. I want to see where this goes, because he's not a real fucking person. You know, if it was like grounded in reality or based on someone, I think I'd be a lot more like, no, this guy's a problem. Because it's a fictional character, I'm like, yeah, who gives a shit? Let's just see where this goes.
Then it's worth it.
Thank you,
It's
Nina.
my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's
I know it's
hero.
easy enough to say that, but you get what I
You've
mean.
more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea.
Yeah, look, I've already agreed to it, Paimon, so you just... I hold the Virgil philosophy.
I was gonna contact
Yeah,
you
but
about
Virgil
that,
already made that philosophy
but
because of
then
his
suddenly
own
showed up on
guilt,
your own
where he was
accord.
unable to save his own
Seems
mother
like
from
we have a
demons,
telepathic
believing the only reason he
connection.
couldn't wasn't because of the situation, timing, or anything else, but was because he wasn't strong enough to save her and protect her, which is what led to everything else. Like, it was a misguided origin to bring him to that mentality. Like, you cannot protect anything, let alone yourself. Yeah, that's exactly what it's based on. He said that because he felt that way. Because he felt he wasn't strong enough to save his mother, so he felt like he couldn't save anything. And that guilt was what built him and made him who he is. Despite how heartless and demonic he tries to be, he's arguably one of the more human characters in Devil May Cry, and it's why a lot of people love him. It's why I love him so much. I think he's such a fantastic antagonist. Because there's so many layers to who he is. He comes across so demonic and cold-hearted and uncaring towards everything. But if anything, he cares the most, because everything he did is out of guilt of being unable to save his mother's life.
In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Valadier on my behalf while
Whilst
you carried
Dante
out the
saw it
task
just
I
different
assigned.
enough. Dante didn't see it as he was weak enough. He saw it as this was Mundus's fault, the king of demons. So whilst Virgil channeled his power because he blamed himself, Dante blamed the actual killer of the situation and went after them, leading them down similar paths of needing to get stronger to take down an evil, but for different reasons and different moralities, which just eventually pushed the two away.
Even though he only has a fraction of his
Irrational
full
survivor's
power
guilt can be,
left,
absolutely.
that's still a fraction of a former
Exactly,
Harbinger.
I know exactly what you're talking about, don't worry about it,
If you
dude.
could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Glad to be able to help.
Great. Thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Oh god, we're just gonna go? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Wow. It looks pretty different here compared to last time.
Well, the last time
The colors are gentle.
he was here,
Guess
Ruka
that must be
Devata still
because
existed.
Sumeru's at peace now.
That makes right, because I'm sick of people valuing the lives of others. Not valuing the lives of others. I missed one word, and I nearly got a completely different interpretation of what you said. Alright, hello, Skara.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, But
God,
I guess
Scara
you panicked
really
when you
believes
realized that I might enter
like
Ermin's soul
everyone is
ahead of
out
you.
for him. I mean, yeah, he's probably right, but like, man. And the only reason I said Scara's only like this because of 3 events in his life. 3 events happened that set him on this path. The first was getting abandoned by his mother. The second was the family that adopted him found out he wasn't a real human, and instead was a failed clone of a god, and that scared them enough to abandon him. And the third was that he made a lone friend, and that lone friend died. And he saw their death as a form of betrayal, that they didn't stay alive with him. And all 3 together eventually just snowballed in his isolation to make him who he is today. The third of the fact was actually further shown in the teaser trailer for 3.3. There's like a whole 2-minute long trailer that shows the relationship he had with this one friend. It was like the one friend, Scara already believed Scara was already starting to go down the path, and he believed he was this heartless wrench and whatnot. And his friend told him a story of 2 dolls, of a soldier doll and a ballerina doll. And the soldier doll, despite not having a heart, always stared at the ballerina doll. But one day, the doll master didn't want him anymore and threw him away into the fire. The next day, in the ashes, was a tiny heart, showing that in some way, despite not being born with one, it had developed a heart. In an effort to try and convince Scara that even with the hand he'd been dealt, there was a happiness to be there. Which ended up setting Scara off further, because then when that friend died, because he died in a fire, Scara didn't find anything resembling a heart. He only found ashes. So he thought that his friend had lied. He didn't see the beyond it, he didn't see it as an analogy. He saw it as more factual, and it led him down a different path and further damaged his mind and psyche, making him more dangerous and more of who he became. But I said the only thing that didn't help is that after all this happened, he went traveling alone for a very long time, and being on your own in such a dark place obviously started to stack on him. Damaging events all 2 you are. Yeah, I get it. Nahida sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous.
Nahida's like, oh, sounds like you two are getting along just
I
fine.
need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Ermin's soul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Ermin's soul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Paimon.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all.
So I was like, we're gonna be travel buddies. Isn't that grand? That's what he's probably wanted
Per
to
my
say.
agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open.
Oh, you
and
call me
try
pretty.
not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
I mean, yes. Paimon, he what are you, stupid? Did he not pay attention? He's been around for potentially hundreds of years because he doesn't have a soul or real life. He's not a real human. He's been around for hundreds of... Shut up,
If there are
Paimon.
no further objections, I suggest we get
He
going.
literally is. He has potentially hundreds of years of experience over us.
Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
Focus on doing your job.
We can start now.
Ermin soul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling?
Oh, it's going to what's basically the tree of knowledge.
Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Alright, let's see what's in the Tree of Knowledge. That's basically what Irminsul is. It's where, like, the root of all information is.
This is the inside of Irminsul.
It's different from what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Alright, Paimon, we get it. Like, Paimon has, like, the most biggest, like, personal grudge against this guy, like, more than anyone.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen?
We'd probably get lost in the sea of information.
What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost.
And I'm assuming Paimon with Scaramouche out of pure spite!
Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want
I mean, to be fair, technically, both of them are older than they look.
To stick close to me.
Scar is like potentially 400 to 500 years old, and Paimon, if the theories are right, is secretly the unknown god, so it would make her literally millions of years old. And this is just like her. If mostly my theories are right, it's like she's like the ultimate evil, and so is just using this as like a form to be innocent. God, I wish to, because we can play as Scar starting this update. I know why he has a different costume, but man, do I wish you could play as him in that costume. The reason why you can't is because there's too many flowy bits. Effectively, there's too many parts of his costume that have physics that it would make it basically start, especially in co-op online, could start lagging out the game. Or start just causing more technical issues. So his costume is different in the playable version you can now get, because it's less flowy bits.
It's the same in every direction.
Space is indeed unusual. It seems like the Baldur and I are more used to it. Baldur is more used to it than I am.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
All he did was smile, Paimon. Shut up.
To lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
He still has the hat though in the playable version of him, thankfully. So that's like the main thing for a lot of people, the cool hat. He also has a pretty cool moveset. After we're done with this quest, I'll show it off because you can do the trial mode. Things make me go over Genshin. Because my biggest thing, Paimon wouldn't like annoy me or get on my nerves as much if two things happened. First one, they stopped making her recount the plot all the time. To try and keep the player caught up, Paimon recounts information a lot. And I get it, but holy shit, sometimes it's like a character will say a sentence and Paimon will literally repeat that sentence 2 seconds later, and it's like, I can listen. You know? The other one is, and I've been pushing this since like pretty much the game's launch, I don't agree with the main party only being the main character in Paimon. I feel like there needs to be introduced a third main character, so to speak, that travels with us in the story, and not just whatever character of the week the story demands we talk to, you know? Because everyone else is just side characters you've spent time with for this quest or that series of quests, you know? And then once you move on, you don't see them again. Like Amber, she's in the start of the game, like gets you like introduced to Mondstadt and whatnot. She hasn't been relevant in the plot since then. She just ceases to exist outside of like timed events and whatnot where you go back there and that's it. And the reason why I push this is because there is 2 characters who would be perfect to join us. The one is what I mentioned at the start of this, Mkaidahara Kazuha. He's a traveller. He's a wandering traveller who's trying to learn more about what he wants to do with his life. Bring him along. Travel with us. We're already travelling the world. The other is Shen He. She has very little understanding of the world because her childhood was awful. She was locked in a cave by her father when she was 6 to fight a monster because she was chosen for religious reasons to be the chosen one. And instead of fighting the monster, just narrowly survived and ran away from the village. And ended up getting raised by demigods in the mountains, so had no interaction with society at all until she was already an adult. But then became a fish out of water and and ran away to the city and bumped into us. And so she's still learning about the world. She doesn't know what she is. She doesn't know what she thinks. She wants to learn more. She's suddenly like all these new experiences and all that. Bring her along! You know, come on. That would have been a fascinating character to bring along. To have someone who has like no societal knowledge or know-how or knows what to do. And has such a dark past that kind of still weighs on her a little bit. But it's like for different reasons. She should have been in the main party. We should have had like a Final Fantasy squad of like us, Shenhe and Kadoha together, and that should have been like the cast going along. So it's not just Paimon carrying the whole dialogue, and it's more of like a bounce between the cast as we go. But no. And I say that they still left it open. Both of those characters I mentioned, both of their story arcs leave it open as we'll see each other again, or I want to explore, but we'll see how it goes. So maybe one day down the road they will address that and make them, especially because it's like one of the biggest things demanded, and it's always those two that are brought up when people talk about getting extra character members because they're perfect for it. Everyone else either has a job they're tied to, or a commitment they've tied to, or people they're tied to that stops them from being able to freely travel. Like literally anyone from Mondstadt is tied to the Knights of Favonius, so can't leave. Everyone in Liyue is either tied to personal businesses or tied to contracts. Everyone in Inazuma minus Kaidaha is tied to one of the 3 governments that run that nation, either directly or indirectly, or is just, you know, Ito and is too stupid to do anything. And everyone here, I say that Coley is only half connected to everything. She's just doing her bit, the payback kindnesses. But everyone else is either tied to village guard watch or tied to the city's pursuit of knowledge. So only like Shenhe being, you know, like this mountain raised child with no societal interaction, and Keidahara Kazuha, who is a wandering traveler, fit. So everyone, anytime someone brings up that there should be more characters in the main cast, it's always those two that get brought up.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
Why does Nahida sound like a robot?
Actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
Also because he knows he's in the heart of all information, and even the most dangerous of people would know it's not wise to fuck around in here. He hasn't put up any resistance. He seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First Kwaba and Sawada's stories, and now this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
It's actually quite refreshing.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Oh, you're talking in our head again. Nahida. Oh, is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Why?
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other.
Why? Why would you get Paimon involved? I liked it when it was just you and me, Nahida, because then I didn't have to worry about the squeaky voice. I'm guessing that you don't want us to disturb the balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Yeah, but in my head, Nahida, there's better ways of doing this.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great. So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction?
Paimon's still pushing.
He's talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is it about the past, the betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia in Paris DI. But yeah, in that scene that Lumine's talking about was where we saw what all 3 of the betrayals were. His mother, his family, and his friend.
Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Yeah, I also wanted like a slow clap the Paimon, like, yeah, what do you think?
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
Do you think Skara's just standing there like, why aren't those two saying or doing literally anything? Why are they just standing completely still, not saying, what's going on?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
So Nahida about the story of Akawa and Sawada writing.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gesse got it right?
The Gesse?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones have.
Oh, so he's aware that we're probably just talking to each other in the minds.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Yeah, Skara's not stupid.
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So,
Skara, this man is nothing but sass.
Have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world.
Oh, so
Wouldn't
Skara's
surprise
completely
me if
aware
there was
about our
nothing
twin
on
then,
either
okay.
of you and Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
Well, obviously.
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Literally every region we go to ends in us saying, hey, can you spread more information about we're trying to find our brother? So of course Skara, being a wanderer of the world anyway, has definitely heard that's the reason why we're doing half the things we're doing. Every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
Oh, what have you found?
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
He just said it's anonymous. He's trying to figure it out. Give him a minute.
Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatarasuna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
I'm trying to... I think I might know where Tatarasuna is. If they're talking about the Tatarasuna furnace, I think I know where a giant furnace that got destroyed is in the map that it might be referring to. I'd have to check.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so?
I'll have to see after this.
Well,
if it is referring to where I think it's referring to.
It's...
A name. Niwa is the man in charge of Tarasura. Plus, he belongs to a lineage of Ishinat.
Whoa!
It's probably the family, isn't it?
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated.
Okay. This is going to sound really stupid, and it's dumb how my brain went here. This guy that's talking, doesn't he sound like Maxor, but higher pitched? Why? I don't know why my brain went to that. I was like, this guy just sounds like Maxor, but with a higher pitch.
As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma.
I have no idea why my brain went
As
to that.
for Tatarasuna, It was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy.
I know it's obviously not him. I don't think, as much as he, you know, actually genuinely likes Genshin and is, you know, has promoted it and is part of the problem a little bit of why this game got so popular with the video he did on it. I don't know if MiHoYo, also Holoverse, would ever reach out to him.
Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith,
and if they did, if he'd accept because of how busy he makes himself with his schedules and whatnot.
That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Origami found the lyrics more disturbing than I thought. Oh yeah, I always love it when there's like a song you really like and then you learn the lyrics and you're like, oh geez, oh god. There is and I'd love to do a stream on it, but there's a really annoying, and I get it, but it's still annoying, audio block on it. There's a rhythm game that is a Hatsune Miku rhythm game called Project Diva that's on PS4. It blocks all audio. The moment you press the record button, if you do it record through PlayStation, it mutes all audio because, like, you know, the songs are owned and whatnot. One of my favorite songs is Closed and Open's Demons of the Dead. The lyrics and the meaning of it explains the story of a prostitution camp that only remained hidden because of beliefs of the area to not approach this one shrine during the night. So no one approached it, but it was happening in this shrine during the night. And eventually it was whistleblown and discovered, and like some of the victims were like horrendously disfigured in all like the abuse and passing around and everything that had happened to these girls that had basically been kidnapped for it. And one of them later in life seeked out one of the few people who didn't get arrested and escaped conviction and murdered them. The song's about the whole of that story, and I was just sitting like, well, hang on a minute. And I was like, this is like a happy fun. And it's like when you just listen to it and listen to the melody and listen to the song, you don't process any of that. You don't. The lyrics on their own don't like. Some of the lyrics are kind of creepy, like the dead men tell no tales because the whistleblower was killed and things like that. Like, some of the lyrics, you don't realize what they mean, but once you know what it's about, the entire song, like, changes. I was just like, holy shit. I was like, and this is for a relatively cutesy family rhythm game, and it's like, if you know the lyrics, like, you know, if you know kind of shit. And I felt bad, because it's like my favorite song in the game, and I was like, man, this song's about a prostitution camp, and okay. Like, I love Noragami and their OPs, but the first OP is a manifesto as a psychotic stalker with a gun. It's wild as fuck. Yeah, jeez, yeah, that sounds it. Another song that's kind of, and it's not weird, it's actually kind of funny, is there's a song that's like dedicated to one of the characters, and it's basically like trying to promote one of the singers, and like the whole song's about how brilliant and fantastic they are. And like one of the lines, it literally says, and their whole body is also beautiful, don't believe me, check their Pixiv. If you go on Pixiv and search their name, it's all hentai. I'm just like, you cheeky fuckers. It's all hentai. It's like, you cheeky fuckers. They knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces.
Mashiwase by
He would be the first
Hello
to admit that
Sleepwalkers.
there's no way he could
I'll have to check it out at
revolutionized
some
our
point.
forging process like this on his own. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now
I'd love to. I think it'd be one of those things, like if I've actually got like a proper PC stream set up, to do a stream that isn't, you know, me playing a game. It's just me going through a whole bunch of like video game tracks that mean something to me, and like explaining why, and getting you guys to hear it, and seeing what you guys think, and just kind of like bouncing off and just making like a music focused stream. So I can't do it on console because obviously I need to be able to run the game to do it, because it doesn't let you just stream anything on this machine. It'd have to be when I get a PC sorted if that ever happens. But I just think that would be a real fun, like, different stream to do. Admittedly, 90% of it would be Sonic songs, but that's besides the point.
Key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir.
My
What
good
do you
sir.
mean?
Sorry.
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono,
Scaramouche.
is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun.
Oh god, he tried to go out of his
Last
way
hope.
to chat with his mother again. Oh god.
But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine.
Oh, the next
Are you
region
sure
we'll be
you're not
going
a
to
little
whenever 4.0
overqualified?
rolls around in like 10 months.
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about
Jesus,
you?
the eyes.
What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
When you speak like that, no one would.
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left?
He's gonna stab
Don't
you.
you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment.
He's gonna stab you. Yeah,
A
exactly.
moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
What was you expecting?
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all.
Okay, so where were you from?
And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through
Dottore!
my plan?
You mother... It's Dottore!
If you kill me...
It's the Doctor, it's one of the Harbingers. So he was... Oh, his was another little
You're
scheme
really
of
going to
his.
destroy
That
this
little
place?
bitch.
Is that it?
And I bet Niwa is the friend that died that set Skara off. So it was all Dottore.
Oh, but you're quite
Yeah,
wrong.
that's absolutely
There
Dottore's
is
voice. I
one
recognise that
person.
smug bitch anywhere.
Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human.
Yeah,
You're
and that's
just
Ash is
missing a
confirming. Also,
heart.
Dottore's confirming. Niwa is the friend that died in a fire. And now Skara's gonna learn it was actually Dottore that killed him.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment.
Yep.
If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity.
Yep, it's Dottore.
I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it.
But this was hundreds of years ago.
That's why you...
The only reason
Gave us
Dottore
some
stays alive
cursed
is because
technology.
he literally has
Just
the
to
ability
let
through
loose
his
the
experiments
evil
and
energy
whatnot
from the
to create
crystal
new
marrow.
versions of himself. Part of Nahida's contingency plan in the last update was that Dottore kills all of his other clones, so it's only him left. Only one of him left. Then he could have the information he seeks. That was part of the deal that Nahida and the Doctor made. So this was back when the Doctor had clones in all eras and all times, basically running around doing whatever they wanted.
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury.
What is this, fucking
I want to
the
see
Emperor
what
from
happens
Star Wars?
when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him...
He's not gonna say that. Dottore wanted Skara to crumble.
Nagamasa, and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only
Lyrics
ones
for Noragami's first being oh boy, is it deranged? Oh god. Keep it safe in chat, keep it safe.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible, Mr. Niwa. Already dead. What a pity.
Yep, I was gonna say, the way that the lantern was going, I was like, it's gonna just be Dottore on the other side. He's gonna give up the disguise.
Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner
We're
workings.
going one hand, can we be on the third while you shaking
What
TikTok,
fun
man.
it
Oh my
was.
goodness. Yeah, okay, you don't need to go through all the lyrics one man. I'm just running out there now, I get the picture. Oh my goodness.
I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade.
Oh, so this is how Dottore got Skara in the Harbingers
Let's turn
as
him
well.
to dust.
And now Skara knows this.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore. Dottore!
Yeah, Skara now knows. Skara completely is aware. The reason why all of this happened, what set him down the deep end, what made him who he is entirely Dottore's fault. People are just payment lyrics. Jeez.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
He was the one behind the Tarsua incident.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He
Fontaine
never
his
meant
name for
for
me.
you to be
It's
the one to
Bioshock,
take
you know
the
why.
device into the furnace.
Not in a while.
You know very well what that means.
That's
Even
not
more so than I.
the main baddie from the first game. Like a man chooses, a slave obeys, that guy. This betrayal was a lie. That he has believed for hundreds of years. Was this all part of the doctor's experiment? Yeah, it is the person I was thinking of. Would you kindly? A man chooses. Not that guy, but the guy who planned that guy's death. Oh, okay. It's been a while. The last time I played Bioshock 1, honestly, I think was back on the 360. I don't think I ever played the remaster. So it's been like years.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Okay, let's go over there.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Last name is Alias Fontaine, Frank Fontaine. Yes, it's coming back to me now.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Because it proves that his friend didn't betray him.
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon.
Someone that he like had worked with for 400 odd years deceived him right from the very core to make him who he is. Of course, Scar is pissed off.
So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabukimono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future.
In PTSD trauma makes me want to say evoke obey to the person who used it in the cutscene. Well, yeah, you're going to struggle through all of the original 4-point series when we're in Fontaine.
The main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory,
Which is like the Kingdom of War, or like Kingdom of Judgment, or Kingdom of Jury, or something like that. Like it's basically like it's a very like judge, jury, execution illusion. Everything is done by law and processes and courts in that region in Genshin. From the bits we've learned.
What he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly.
But if this game could swear, there's no way Paimon wouldn't have gone, holy shit.
That's terrible.
An innocent man pinned everything on the victim. Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what was behind this decision to take revenge at the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Yeah, I feel a little bad for Skara. He's literally been a tool most of his life. Oh, achievement
Dottore,
completed.
you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
I think we're going to see Skara again whenever Dottore's main story arc happens. Hey, you doing alright? Oh, you named Lumine. Yeah, my Lumine's called Emmy. I'm not sure we should approach. Hey, Skara, buddy.
You alright?
How we doing? You okay? We're after a fictional character in one of my books. Yeah, Emmy's named after a character from one of my books. It's a book that I abandoned because I just wasn't happy with it. But once again, similar to how my gamer tag is on PSN is after a book that I never even finished. Emmy is from a book called Dream Invaders that I never finished before I started marrying Vincent.
That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
Oh, Skara. I know he's being cheeky and like sassy and like sarcastic, but still. Oh yeah, sure. We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Wish the book mirrors in either. Yeah, prior to marrying Vincent, I had a real bad habit of not finishing my books. And it was mostly because of confidence, not because of idea. I'd lose confidence and then want to do something else. Life in Shadows is what my gamer tag was like several books ago. That was like when I was like 14 or 15. That was the very first work that I tried to make entirely original and wasn't like based or inspired severely on something else. And I did enjoy it, but it went nowhere. And about halfway through the book, I realized the plot was going absolutely nowhere and I didn't know what I was doing. And so I ended up just moving away from it because there was something else I wanted to write instead at the time. And then like several books later, I ended up with Dream Invaders, which I was super happy with, and I got about halfway through it, but then once again, it was similar, I kind of burned out with it. I didn't really know what I was doing, because this was before I got the wise idea to start planning more. Reduce my schedule, yeah, that's fair. I wasn't planning as much. Actually, no, I take that back. It was actually the other way around. It was the book before that was my didn't plan enough. There was one book I didn't plan enough, and it made me fall apart with the writing. So with Dream Invaders, I overplanned everything. Like, it was like 1,000,001 notes. I then took a break from it for a couple months, and then when I came back to it, it was completely overwhelming because I had way too many notes, and so it made it difficult for me to get back into the rhythm and want to write more, so I ended up not. It was Mary and Vincent where I started to find a balance and enjoy it, which then progressed through that whole trilogy, and now has continued into Demon of Xenelheim. I say that Demon of Xenelheim does have more notes on it than Mary and Vincent, just because it's a far bigger book that explores an entire world, so by proxy I need to have notes on culture and customs and mapping, so it just expands it out more.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
As I said, with Mary and Vincent, if the story didn't take place on the northern continent, it took place on the southern continent, and that was it. So I didn't have to worry as much because it was less.
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders.
So this whole trip was just more Nahida wanted to put more information in Skara's brain, knowing full well that there was no information that would help us, because the Irminsul only has information on things tied to this world. And because Lumine and her twin are not from this world, there's no info on them.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Potentially. Not unexpected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Skara, what are you thinking?
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul.
Oh, wait, so
it
he
might
is...
have something to do with Conria. Apparently,
because there was a
Conria his
faint
first
trace of him.
destination when he arrived in this world.
That we kind of already knew. Well, I say that, I don't know if Lumine knew it, but we as the audience knew that whichever character you pick, the other one ended up in Conria 500 years prior to when you arrive at the world. And Conria was wiped off the map by a war against the gods, which is why your evil twin is with the Abyss Order, because the Abyss Order is literally what's left of the Conrian army. and has a vendetta against the gods because the gods wiped a whole country off the map just because it was a godless realm that found their own source of power separate from the gods. It was literally because the gods didn't like the fact there was a chunk of land entirely powered by humans that was starting to rival them that they flattened it, and it led to war.
Plus, he only
A
came
war
to this
that
world
resulted
because the
in
heavens responded to
Rukkhadevata's
the
death,
summoning.
which is why Nahida is the goddess of this land, and the reason why Raiden Shogun lost her sister, which is what sent her off in a mental spiral that became the vicious dictator she was when we was in Inazuma, that then had to be reacclimated into the real world long after.
The heavens.
It's the reason why Venti, the god of freedom in Mondstadt, also drinks away his sorrows all the time. The events of Khaenri'ah had a very negative effect on all the gods and not just the people of the land. If no one came out of the war against Khaenri'ah unscathed, either physically or mentally.
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this.
Oh
He was a
shit!
royal mage in Khaenri'ah, and
The
lived
jet
with your
of the
brother for a
Harbinger,
time.
they've got a. I had a feeling they did, but they've got a Khaenri'ah Harbinger. The Jester is. Ooh, so that's 3 Khaenri'ah people we know now, or are aware of. The first one is Kaya, who we met in Mondstadt. He is Khaenri'ah. The second is Daneslith, who we meet time and time again here and there between events, who's also Khaenri'ah. And now we know that the leader of the Harbingers is also Khaenri'ah. Another Fatui Harbinger.
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about
Have you noticed
this.
that since Skara learned he hasn't been betrayed, he's actually giving us information? It's like on a dime, he's slightly more willing to be tolerable.
Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
He's grinning 'cause he's like, oh,
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
yeah.
Huh? What have you done?
Probably just cut Nahida out so he can talk to us personally.
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return,
Oh, he wants it.
I'd like you to answer a question for me.
Yeah, he wants to know something without letting Nahida hear it. What do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
Fuck, alright, sure, dude. Don't have to ask twice.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Yes, how does this... Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore.
Anymore.
At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
Wait, that look. He saw me. Yeah, he did see you hesitate. But that was because I know of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Which, yeah, the past was changed, so yes. Uh-oh, I think by not denying it
So
immediately...
long.
Oh, I didn't get to read the rest of that. He interrupted me. Hang on a fucking minute. Yeah, that was... I didn't advance that. He interrupted my thoughts. That's so cheeky. Suggest you should get yourselves out of here quickly, he said.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Balladeer, stop.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
Oh, don't say that.
From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist.
Oh, he's going to make a new identity for himself. Because Balladeer was to name the Harbingers, but now he knows the Harbingers were using him. He doesn't want that name. And Kabukimono was just his Wanderer name before he joined them.
Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
He's going to try and change past.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything
Because he saw us
stupid.
hesitate, so that was the answer. He knew from there.
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve
Oh god,
this
he's gonna try and
once
change the
for all.
past. He's gonna try and save his friend. Because he saw us hesitate, because, you know, the past was changed. No one in this region knows who Rukkhadevata is anymore, because we changed the past to make it so they never existed. To take that grief away from them. And to make it so Nahida could act when needed. We're the only ones that remember because we're not from this world. And potentially Paimon, if, you know, want to believe theories, that she's just pretending to not remember.
Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
We explain what happened.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
But the thing is, but Skara did the right thing, so I think Skara already had a hunch that something wasn't right and something had changed in history. Even though he wouldn't been able to figure it out because all everyone's minds were altered for it, he probably sussed something, and if he sussed something, he probably knew it probably wouldn't be wise to let Nahida know, which is why he cut her off. We cut her off.
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him.
He warped? What do you mean?
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Okay. Oh, never mind. Don't have to follow your lead. We just get warped out. Back to reality. Oh, rendering. Oh, there we go. Not the rendering had to catch up for a second.
An inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now.
What?
Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
No, I want to help you.
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
You're being way too vague.
Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Paimon doesn't remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth might get more distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Rukkhadevata for now and focus on the Balladeer. You tell Paimon what Balladeer asked you and what you might have been planning.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible.
It's not easy, that's for sure, implying that we know we can do it.
You can't just rewrite history.
Paimon, we...
already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
I mean, yeah, great example. These on Pixiv, fair enough, dude. Do it the way it works for you.
So,
Get it out there.
why does Paimon still have a bad
When I
feeling
finish, I'll
about
probably
this?
turn to Amazon to self-publish, but I'm figuring it out one thing at a time.
Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history.
Huh?
Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry. Paimon accidentally...
To stop blaming the Balladeer for everything, and also stop calling him the Balladeer. He literally told us he's abandoning that name.
Mental stress.
Call him Skara until he gives us a new name.
But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Yeah, we gotta keep on. Like, we can't say we can do it, because then it reveals we're aware of it, which could then make Paimon question us further. So we're like, maybe. So we have to like kind of, you could say Paimon's dead naming. Yeah, basically.
I understand what he's up to.
He literally just told us he's abandoning that name, so call him Skara until he gives us a name. Call him Scaramouche until he gives us a new one.
Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed, if the Balladeer does erase himself from Irminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. Can't imagine what that situation would look like. Worst case scenario, it will affect everyone with a connection to the Raiden Gokuden. Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. It will just mean they'll disappear.
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next?
Wait.
Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Yeah, me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish.
I'd just be sitting there like, oh my god, Paimon, we need to think of something else. Let me just go out and like buy a board game or something. Or play chess. No, stop talking about food.
Chili chicken, almond tofu, satisfying salad. Also adeptus.
Oh my fucking, I'm not listening to all that. I'm sorry. I'm not listening to all of that. I don't give a shit, Paimon. What's wrong?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now?
Oh shit, Skara's actually done something then.
Paimon was, talking?
Skara's done something.
Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was
Oh, no, we're dead naming. We're no better.
What's it again?
They're getting worried about the situation with Scaramouche, and then you start listing foods.
The Balladeer?
I didn't see food, I was talking about food, so
Is
yeah.
that a food too? Huh.
Oh
It's
shit.
them, though.
Oh shit. Paimon doesn't know who Skara is. Skara has changed the past somehow. Yeah, and that's what Emmy's just realised, because she's not from this world, so it doesn't affect her. Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer, Scaramouche. He actually pulled it off? But how do you have that ability? That doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
This is really happening. I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh?
Fucking Christ, that's a journey and a half.
Bye, Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Now's not the time to explain. Yeah, because if he has taken the Gokuden out, several major characters don't exist anymore. Several major characters, it's not that they're dead, they cease to exist because of the nature of history. Oh, fucking Inazuma. Also, oh, I was right. So I said I thought I knew where it is. This is the forge. So this is where everything went down. Well, hang on a minute. Hang on a fucking minute. Hang on a fucking minute. There's no way.
We made it to Amanoma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while.
Also, we just travelled across 2 countries to get here. Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the Raiden Gokuden.
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally.
Okay,
by the
so
almighty
far I think it's
Shogun.
around the same. The
Over
story hasn't
time,
changed.
The 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha.
Oh, thank God,
recently returned
Kazuha's
to
still alive
Inazuma
then. Because he's
and
one of the
took up
people that
mantle
would have
of the
ceased to
Isshin
exist
army.
if the Goku
Now,
didn't cease.
Two
Because of
clans
Scaramouche.
remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Isshin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. They learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
What was the reason behind the decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokunen, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard
And there's the
commotion
change.
and chose not to flee.
A
But he
brave
rushed to
swordsmith heard the
scene,
commotion, chose not to
hoping
flee but rushed to
prevent
the
a
scene.
disaster.
That brave swordsmith was Skara, and he wasn't a swordsmith. Well, I mean, he was for a while, but he wasn't at that moment. He was just someone that wanted to do the right thing. He's eradicated his name and just made it generic.
Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that
There's
day,
the change.
and overseeing it.
And he, oh
the
my
honorary
god, he
officer.
made it so his friend was the
The
one that
surname
saved the
was
day.
Niwa,
He saved his
though he had
legacy.
family ties to the Kaedehara clan.
Instead of Niwa being the traitor that ran away because of what Totore said alone, he's the hero that did actually save the day because he planned to. He actually did something honorable. He saved his friend's identity by swapping the roles, making it so Niwa did go there.
Knowing that they
And
had
also
just
getting one more
chance
back on
to save
Totore then.
countless lives. Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith
But I
went
don't think that
together
actually
into
changes the
furnace.
past. I think that just changes people's
The
memories
furnace
of the
quickly
past. In the same way
stabilized,
Ruka Devata still
but
existed, people just don't remember her.
Neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's
Yeah, because
fortune.
what destroyed the fortune... Yes, everything
His
else still
orphan
goes
son
in the
was
same
left to
way.
fend
But
for
what destroyed the
himself,
fortune was the
and grew
betrayal
up deeply
before, or the
resentful
foreseen
at the
betrayal.
world.
Whilst now it's because everything went to hell even though he saved the day. It was an honourable death that cost him everything.
In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He
Skara...
hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him.
That's, I don't think, right either. He respected the Shogun.
Powerless,
I think
and
that's changed, but I think
destitute,
that's Skara's
the
resentment to
only
his mother
legacy
kicking
he
in
had
a
to
little
pass
bit.
on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans...
Okay, if the Kamisato clan's still around, that means Ayaka and Ayato are fine.
He failed to catch them unawares.
So yeah,
They fought
Skara
back
didn't
fiercely.
affect any
They
of the
did not
legacy of the
spare his
history.
life.
He just changed one small detail, basically, and it's just the butterfly effect that's made a few changes along the way because of it, but everything else is still the same.
That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Isshin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones.
And I imagine because to
under
start
the
this
dire
quest, one of the
circumstances.
requirements is to do Kaedehara Kazuha's quest. I imagine this is solely why, Because in Kadahara's quest, you gain all this knowledge, the original story. So they make it so you have to do it so you can see where the contradictions are. The legend of the Raiden Gokuden has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. It's like the Balladeer did something in Irminsul, but it seems Niwa still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Have you seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
So he still exists. He's still the same Kazuha I know. Things don't seem to be as bad as I feared last night. That's all. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon.
Can't hide anything. Jeez, I'm hiding the fact that, you know, there's a whole human being that doesn't exist in your memory. Two of them, because one of them's Rick Nevada.
On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
And that's what Skara also meant by his original name before, like, Balladeer became. It would be abandoned too, because he's wiping himself out of history. So now we need to go to the Kamisoto estate and make sure Ayaka and Ayato are fine.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while.
Hello, Hirotatsu.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid...
And yeah, if it's like they couldn't... It's like they're not gonna get the
right
voice
now.
actors and actresses in for like 1 or 2 We're Fine lines, so all of them are conveniently not around.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you. We'll take you up on that offer. Oh, maybe we'll see them. Can we take a walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato...
Close is an
I think it should
understatement.
be
Miss
okay.
Kamisato, Ayaka's entire story quest has ginormous implications that she genuinely has a crush on the protagonist, regardless of which character you pick. Regardless of whether you're Aoife or Lumine. Like, it is heavily, almost strangling you implied that she has a crush on you. It's just that she knows that her loyalties and her life and what she has to do will stop anything ever evolving from that. Which is what it was amazing. It's close. It's like you have no idea.
Heading in then. Thanks.
It's literally the only reason why she doesn't commit to her feelings and say anything
Hello, dears.
is
there something you
because
want to
Ayaka knows she can't because of her where she stands in like the spectrum of like where she stands in the political world, where she stands on the individual world, and all these other things. Basically means that she has to hold a position no matter what. If Lumine or Aoife was prepared to stay in Inazuma, maybe then she'd commit her feelings because she wouldn't be compromising anything. But she knows that was never going to happen because the traveler is a traveler and will keep moving. Anyway, ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you.
Yeah, I bet she has.
What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well,
As for Ayato,
you know,
Mr. Busyman.
busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although, he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual on the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Ayato is still in the commission. Ayaka is still lady of the house, no changes there. As far as I can see, nothing's changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe and well.
Well, got any more questions?
That's all for now, many thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. but I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that.
I mean...
Miss Kamisato talks about you all
yeah, because...
the time.
yeah, because I said she has a crush, but she just can't do anything with it.
And she's always saying how
Ayaka's another person that people kind of want if they ever did like a traveling team to bring along, even though it'd be awkwarder because of how many ties she has. The fact that she has so much like personal feelings towards the main character led people think to, like, no, that she should be able to tag along, but whatever.
I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here.
If it's like in Furuta here, she knows. You're not just Miss Kamasato's knight in shining armor, because that's basically what she sees us as.
Hero to us all.
Oh, I'm flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always
Oh wow, they actually
joins
remembered Toma,
him.
the housemaid. The world's best housemaid, because that motherfucker does not stop working.
Relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most.
Yeah, I'll believe it.
Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know.
I'll say Furuta is just shipping at this point. She's just like, you know, she really likes talking about you.
Old friends around whom one can truly be themselves.
I say that though, we have spent some time with both Ayato and Ayaka, so
Miss Kamisato
of course they would bring us up eventually.
Joins them as well. Whenever the whole family.
See, and it's like Furuta's just really pushing it. She's just like, oh, and then when Ayaka's here, she brings you up again.
Experiences they've had, you always get a mention. It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company.
Thank you. The people of the Kamisato clan are very dear friends to me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food
Jesus Christ,
here
Paimon.
being really great. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
To Tarasuna.
Great! Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And he's so like, okay, bye, buddy. Oh, we're not going into Tatarasuna, we're just going near it. Or near the forge. The island is Tatarasuna, so it makes sense.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something? Or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier? What are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Do you know much about Tatarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How well do you understand the history of this area? And also, your costume is strikingly familiar to the costume Dottore was using for like 400 or 500 odd years ago. just throwing it out there. You might be Dottore.
Like the back of my hand.
Which would actually be kind of a cool twist. But there's an entire extended side quest in Inazuma involving Xavier, which is how we know him. It'd be a bit crazy if it was like Dottore the whole time.
Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live
doubt it.
in
I don't think they're going to do that as a side
years
character.
ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy
and he's also from
too.
Fontaine. The other person that Dottore was pretending to be was a Fontaine person. Like, they're making Xavier fucking suspicious as hell. Just by his costume and being another Fontaine person. Also, I'm surprised that not once. Like, at first, Paimon just went, okay, why are we going back to Inazuma? Once we arrived at Inazuma, she's just played along with everything. It's like, why isn't... If one of your friends was like, I need to emergently go 2 countries away, goes there and starts asking very specific people in very specific locations, very specific questions, you're going to be like, what's going on?
They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a
You wouldn't just be going along with it. You'd be like, what's up?
Like
What's happening? Explain yourself.
The collaboration between our 2 nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Mechanic? Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
I am.
No, I didn't realize you 2 were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
I love how it's like this one.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much. So I can ask you one more question.
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of a kabuki mono connected to Tatarasuna?
A kabuki mono?
Yeah, and there we go.
No, I can't say
Kabuki
that
Mono
I
was
have.
one of the names that Skara said he was abandoning. He got rid of it.
I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
Yeah. So there's no more Kabuki Mono. Did the Balladeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was, but so far it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Xavier.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Time to go back and see Kusanali.
Sure.
Fuck, we got all of that to Sumeru?
What's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really
I was like, okay,
troubling you.
okay, so let's put this into perspective again. Imagine your one friend wakes up one morning and randomly goes, we need to go 2 countries away. You go 2 countries away. They find 3 specific people, ask a series of questions and say, we need to go back home. What? We need to go back home and talk to, like, the mayor. What? Why? And doesn't explain anything.
Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Thank you, Paimon.
Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Dehya.
The echoes of history.
Hey, it's them.
Oh jeez, it's these 2.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you
Indeed
have a
we
moment,
are.
we'd
Okay,
love
here he
for
is
you to
again.
Join us once more.
We have time.
Mr. London theatre performer.
About?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Perfect. These two have researched Tatarasuna's past. Let's see what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article that you let me read last time was great.
Huh? Oh, of course.
Oh my fucking... Do you know what this is? It's like, hey, did you read all of this last time? You know, the thing that I just went, I'm not reading and skipped through it. It's like, well, you're better off, because now you might notice that something's different. That's what it is. Oh, I'm guessing this is yellow, because this is the, hey, this is different. Hey, this is different. I'll read this extract, because it's at least small. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuman's folk histories. A small portion, however, repeatedly mentioned the word outsider. It should be known that the appearance of such a character, who is suspected to be based on a real person, is a very curious case. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A foreign mechanic once visited Tatarasuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around essential and restricted areas, and if someone tried to turn him away, they would only earn incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanic often stared into the furnace, seemingly to check on his condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial amount of time watching the local residents. Skara got his revenge. Skara not only redeemed his friend's honor, he blacklisted the mechanic's name. It's like, hey, it's Dottore, he was up to shit. Judging from the era, it is not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchanges of technical knowledge in places such as Tatarasuna. After travelling across the tides, foreign experts being welcome in the region was likely not unreasonable either. Yet, calamity came not long after the exchange of knowledge, which hints at a high potential of causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that these assumptions were merely the result of their forebearers' overactive imaginations attempting to theorize of how things actually unfolded. Aha! The mechanic. Long have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a spectre of a clue as to his background. Still, mentions of the mechanic grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tatarasuna incident. I speculate that, instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven of the overripe imaginations, he actually did exist, and perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place at Tatarasuna.
I presume you'll want to read mine.
Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby. Their footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared by the door was that of one from abroad. The newcomer placed some lunchboxes to one side, nodded, and made to leave. Katsuragi called out to him, "Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry?" The man smiled upon hearing Katsuragi's words. "I already ate. I hope that you, my lord, may find time to sate your hunger soon." "You are our guest, sir. To see you help in these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment," Niwa said with sincerity. The man smiled. It was as if no matter. Then, with a nod, he departed. Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat, and was joined in its bereftness of direction. That's an interesting word, bereftness. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline, scant steps away. The mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help, and with a plop it landed at the mechanic's feet, crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite, yet he did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. I know I'm kind of skipping bits, but we know the in-between. The yellow is just what's been changed. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth. Each who left to seek salvation did so under foul skies and bleak fortunes. Reason dictated that they should not have risked anyone else, but the situation of Tatarasuna was severe. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, even if she cost them more lives. The contents changed, never affected tampering with the information in Irminsul. The Balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded, it must have taken all of his might, but still.
What do you think?
A masterpiece.
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how you wished you could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Sure.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
We recap everything.
Wow. So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well.
Well. This
Down to
guy.
one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Amanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society
Akaba's
those days,
hypothesis is that
to
the engineer was
extent
up to
that
something, so
harming
yeah, this
them
does
was
feed his
conceived of,
point.
at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
We've got some things to take care of, so bye for now.
I'm so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Right, let's go talk to Nahida. Is this going to explain Scaramouche's costume change?
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Oh no.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Even Nahida doesn't remember, just like last time. Any changes to Irminsul affect her as well. The Balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. The only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I'm a record keeper.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that have happened. Oh fuck, I'm telling them that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. With a heavy heart, you piece back together the story that was broken and scattered across time. Yeah, oh, Scar is OP as fuck. Yeah, to literally fuck with a god's memories. There was once a man named the Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tatarasuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans, and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in revenge, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis, and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly,
Oh my god, so the machine still happened, and there was still a plan to make the god, but in everyone's memory now, he wasn't in the machine. It still happened, these events still happened, he didn't actually change the past, he changed people's memory of the past. Really, Paimon? Yeah, it's like, that's the difference. He isn't actually someone who changed the events or changed history, he's changed people's memory of history. Scar was still in the machine, everything still happened. It's just people don't remember, Nahida doesn't remember finding someone being in it anymore, even though that happened.
Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So
it's still almightily powerful of Scar to do that.
And we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes, Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through
Where's
with it.
Skara now?
The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains
And will we ever
why
see him
any
again?
changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect
Now he's just the Wanderer, and only we truly know who he is. Everyone else will only know what we tell them.
So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten...
But yeah, we are literally becoming a record keeper here. Because everyone else, their memories are tied to the Tree of Knowledge. It's tied to Irminsul. You fuck with that tree, every single person's memory of the events change. And that's what Skara did. And then the anime Charlotte. You have to explain, because I'm not sure I've seen that. You can say that again.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I know of a film called Charlotte, but I don't think that's an anime.
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind
Oh,
of
I think that was called Charlotte. That was the one where it was like the button-eyed mum.
you remember that.
Dude basically did the same thing there. Oh, I'm not really sure. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspectives on all this, so I can't say if he did something so extreme. He did want to reset everything, or save someone, or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. That took a bunch of powers and erased his existence and all memories of him. You know what else that reminds me of? BlazBlue. Ragnar not only dies at the end of the story, but erases everyone's memory of him. So it's just the hero who saved the world. No one actually knows who he was or what he did. Which was and at the time, Iori's way, or Mori's way of making it so that whatever comes next for BlazBlue could not involve Ragnar, because he was literally written out of everything. Everyone's only play fighting games. Yeah, I know, that's fair, dude. Saying that, but I have to bring up BlazBlue because there's a chance BlazBlue won't continue anymore because the director of it straight up left the company. Mori no longer is a part of Arc System Works, so his baby, because it was all, BlazBlue was all him, is now in a giant floating question because no one knows what will happen to it. And a lot of people think the reason why he left is because there wasn't going to be a future for it. Because of how much bigger of a company Arc was becoming, some of their smaller projects were getting put by the wayside, and maybe BlazBlue was one of them. Which, if that's the case, that's a real shame, because BlazBlue was the fighting game series that made me love fighting games. Another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them that. Yeah, it's like we revealed to Skara that he could change the past because we hesitated because it had happened before, but we can't tell them that because it would mean telling them about Rukkhadevata, which would be disrespecting Rukkhadevata's final wish, which is to stay unremembered.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
I just feel empty. You chose such a radical option and yet...
Couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yeah.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. This story makes sense. Every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
What's also more interesting, and it's why I'm so curious what this will do in the future, this is a mandatory main story quest. This isn't a character quest, which is what most of these end up being. This is tied to the main overarching story of the entire game, which tells me it's absolutely going to have relevancy later.
Yeah,
this is literally called like the interlude chapter of the main story. Like it's like interlude chapter 3 or something like that. This is literally the part of the main narrative. It's not some side thing. It's not a character quest. It's not something that the player could miss. It's something you absolutely have to do to advance the story. So it's like, if that's the case, and it's literally, because all the quests and the way it's handled, a lot of players have noticed, and it's why we was kind of expecting something big with this quest anyway. The game is bottlenecking you to this quest. If you look at the requirements of what you have to do this, you literally have to like cover so many quests and so many things to be allowed to do this, but you have to do this to get access to whatever's next. So it literally bottlenecks a shit ton of lore and information into this quest. So everyone was like, okay, no, they wouldn't do that unless it was important. This is why, because a lot of events in those older quests are now subtly rewritten because of Skara's involvement. And Skara as a character is going to change, and we'll probably see him again later. And we need this new context of how things have changed to understand that.
It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this.
Have you noticed how Paimon, because Paimon doesn't remember and only knows the story we've said, Paimon doesn't hate him anymore. Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals in his life, or did he wish he'd never just existed at all?
Please wait a moment. I want to check something.
Skara's story is actually really fucking tragic, even after all of this, when you think about it. He just wanted to be left alone now. Like, he wanted to save the honor of his friend and then vanish. He just wants to be forgotten and left alone, basically. He wants to be alone again.
Found it. This should be the one.
What have you got, Nahida?
It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
Oh?
What is it?
Did you just take a video?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away.
That's literally what it is. She has some video evidence of everything.
You should take a look.
Surprisingly, the information is presented to you in a way that resembles a fairy tale.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
It matches everything I said.
I authored this record myself.
Which makes sense because you've still got a child heart.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has.
So do you have another fairy tale of a lost motherly figure who entrusted the future to you? Because that would be Rukkhadevata.
When combined with the traveler's
Don't read it because you
narrative,
don't read it, Nahida. Don't worry about it.
This story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki-mono.
We hadn't said Kabuki-mono, so that also mentions it. Damn. We hadn't directly said Kabuki-mono, but the fact that she has means that, yeah, that record had everything.
Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup.
Oh, so maybe it's not the same as Rukkhadevata. She said that she was up to something and had to put us away. Maybe this is what it is. She knew she couldn't stop Skara, so instead of trying to, she made a record.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer.
Jeez. So where is Skara now?
There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them.
That's Skara with the found family after being lost.
The monster lived with the family.
After being disconnected from his mother, that's the found family he made. Because he was not actually human. He was, like I said, he was basically a shell-looking human. So the monster in fox's fur, I can see the parallel.
Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them.
Yeah, that sounds like Skara.
But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten.
Which was the friend. The kitten is that friend, got it.
Who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender, and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur.
I like that one of the foxes got a walking stick and the other there's another one that's got glasses on. That's cute. I get that it's fairy tale telling, but that's cute.
Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it.
And that other monster is
the
Dottore.
gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The fox has decided.
The monster was Dottore, the kitten is Skara. I got it wrong. The kitten is Skara wanting to feel human. And the grey fox was the friend, and the monster is Dottore. Got it. I'm there now. I got them muddled. I thought the monster was Skara and how he saw himself. No, the monster is Dottore. The kitten is Skara. The grey fox is the friend.
The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives
Or is the bird the
together,
broken wing the friend?
But the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird...
Oh no, the bird is what came next. The bird is the one that died from the burning house.
Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a
And
single
just,
blade of grass
Skara
that
became
stood on
Skara.
that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return
God,
to
this fairy
darkness,
tale, whilst the
it would finally be
the
peaceful
shrine
and
theme
content.
is still echoing in the background, makes it kind of haunting. I know it's a quiet track, but I can hear it.
Become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
So la 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 in the background. It makes it so much more ominous.
I remember now. This is not just the ballad.
Oh, and that ticked her memory, so she got the memory back.
Memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and
Yeah, she remembers
modified
everything now.
countless times.
I wonder if that will affect
brutal
Irminsul and make it so
torture,
everyone else
and the
remembers
only
something,
reason he
undoing
was able
Skara's
to
plan.
survive
Which
is
would actually be
that
kind
he
of like the
was a
most
puppet.
brutal, like kicking the animal whilst he's down we could do. Tries to eliminate his name and save the honor of his friend, and then everyone remembers the real story again. You know, like come on, like how many times are you gonna kick this poor fuck?
This memory was extracted from
It might
him
just
by
be
the
Nahida though that
scholars.
remembers, to be fair.
Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe
Literally,
that this person
so
really
the
existed.
Jesus, this actually
Let alone
shows
that he
like
tried to
the
get
depths
rid
of the
us
goddess
more
of
than one
wisdom's
occasion.
like wisdom. She tricked the tree of all knowledge by making the history a fairy tale. So then the history, so then Skara, when using the tree, wouldn't realize that the fairy tale is his story and is the key to making it so people can remember the truth again. This kid is also dangerous in her own way when you think about it. Imagine tricking like literally the ultimate source of information.
Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me
And it's
look
only
for
Nahida that remembers.
information
Okay, so
about
it
the
doesn't
descenders.
disrespect what he was after then.
Although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. That Conria was where your twin first came into this world.
Yep.
We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
Oh my god. Oh my... The 11 Harbingers aren't the 11 Harbingers potentially anymore. Technically it'd be the 10. That's what she's saying. Child will be 10th, La Senora will be 7th, because Skara was the 6th. Everyone else bumps up, because Child was 11th and La Senora was 8th. Everyone's bumped up then, potentially. Never had this feeling before. It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around.
Okay, Paimon, even when you can't remember him, you still got a grudge.
Like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions.
He literally removed himself from it.
And we comprehend. But the
Are we
question
real
still
damn
troubles
curious?
us.
Actually, after this quest is done, I'm gonna go fight Child and see if it says the 11th of the Fatui Harbingers when you fight
So
him,
the answer
or if it
is
says the
not
10th.
everything.
Because if it does, that's an
People
insane
yearn to
attention to
find truth
detail.
And then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the
After
truth,
this, we're gonna go
you
beat up
give them a
Child. We're
chance
gonna
to
go have
choose
starters
their
and pick a
own
fight with the
destiny.
Taglia Child and see if it says the 11th.
To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up.
Paimon's not talking about food. A dude literally just wiped himself out of existence so severely that even the god didn't remember him for a minute. Can we worry about the heavy stuff
Good
now?
idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it. Come on, Traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk.
That I can at least understand, because there's probably a hell of a lot Lumine's trying to process.
One of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
Yeah, once this quest is done, unless we get something that says otherwise, I'm gonna run over and see if it still says Child is the 11th Harbinger, or if it says he's the 10th now. Because it's not only is that a great attention to detail if it is, there's also a real terrifying highlight of how powerful Skara really was and what he managed to do. Come on, there we go.
Take it easy.
We're here. What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling there's something I'm missing, something important I'm forgetting.
Are you gonna answer or what?
Paimon, let this poor girl think. Sorry, it's just... Give me a minute, I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain. Let's dig it out. It's got to be in there somewhere. There's something about Irminsul and deleting oneself. Great Lord Rukhdavata, Forbidden Knowledge, Nahida.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Yeah, that was it. Great Lord Rukhdavata. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation in Lesser Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There would be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Great Lord Rukhdavata. But this is a crucially important detail. It's simply not possible for Skara to completely erase his own existence. In which case, the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
And there he is, in a new, in new drip, as now as the Wanderer.
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right.
Did he
Maybe it's the
change his
city.
own memory by doing
It's
this?
so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Well, because he's also tied to the tree. Did he literally eradicate that? And so all those years happened, but he didn't leave on betrayal. His memory was changed to understand that he just lost his friend because of other bullshit. So his memory of it changed, so he's not the villain piece of shit he once was.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the Balladeer.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsetias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a
well,
drifter or
officially,
something?
we've known for a while that his name was changing in this update. He was no longer going to be known as Scaramouche. He is now instead only known as the Wanderer.
That's right, I am.
Literally, it says in his subtitle now, Wanderer.
We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits.
He's nameless. He's just the Wanderer. He just is.
I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Just follow him.
Okay, stay out of sight.
Oh, we're going to do a fucking stealth mission now? Oh, okay, no we're not. We're just following after him. Oh, geez, yeah, we're really being subtle.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the Balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
You just shush.
Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes. I'd never believe it.
You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us.
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right, we were following you.
Have we met before?
Oh, shit.
No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
There's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Oh, so you all... Yeah, just tell him that we were eavesdropping.
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Alright.
And let's return to the city.
It's a very interesting way of handling his redemption story. Because, like, a lot of people were umming and ahhing whether we even wanted him to have a redemption story, considering how much of a bastard he's been in the story, and, like, everything up until now. But it's an interesting way they're trying to handle it, literally making it so this guy doesn't have memory of it because he altered his own memory to honor a lost friend. But because he altered, you know, the ultimate source of knowledge, and he's connected to said ultimate source of knowledge, he'd lost his own memory by doing it.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world. Like you had nowhere to be, and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't...
I think there's still some internal
No.
conflict.
You're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you.
There's still
again
some
for
internal
taking me into
conflict. He
the
just doesn't
city.
understand it all because his own memories are muddled because of what he did.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Return to the sanctuary. We're just gonna drag you up to Nahida and go, this is him! This is him! This is the guy! Ooh, I just realised what the quest is called. Did you see that? The quest is called the Kabuki Mono's finale. That we're on right now. Or like the chapter of this piece of the story is called that.
Dehya! Dehya! What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You tell Nahida everything that happened in the bazaar.
You say that you're trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain.
Is it? I just turn around and go, alright dude, Wanderer, hi, this is what went down. Bad things happened in the past, and it resulted in you doing some bad things. However, you realised that these bad things were instead a lie devised by someone else, and the people you thought had hurt you actually never did. So you responded by influencing the Irminsul, the fruit of all knowledge, to make it so you corrected that part of your own history so you could live a freer life, and also remove the names you adopted throughout history.
I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be
There,
called
done, easy, explained.
previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes.
I guess that's one way of doing it, to try and save his conscience.
So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
A murderous, sassy bitch.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, but he's also smart enough to realise he's not, yeah.
You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
We're just trying to think where to start.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear, but I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Yeah, I don't... As much as, like, Skara did some, like, horrible things, I don't think it's fair to hide that history from him. I think he deserves to know all of that, because it's him.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Of course it is, because now he knows the truth.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you. As a non-human being, You hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
He just tells him everything.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong.
You know what, Wanderer? So I'll call you Wanderer because that's what you're going by now. I think that's a respectable way of looking at it.
Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time. A chain of cause and effect. A cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
You know what I'm also curious about? If I go to the Skara rematch, what happens? Will it still be that version of Skara, or will it be different dialogue, or will the machine be silent? Shit like that.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
We were each other's enemies.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
Because you deserve that much. We might have been enemies, but at least I respected you. Me, the player.
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything.
Yeah, just say this more out loud, Paimon. He can hear you.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
That's
even
brave
though
of
it
you.
will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet.
He still believes he's heartless.
No name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation...
Paimon, you can just say because I'm not of this world, I will remember if things change again.
Understood.
Thank you. Now,
I wonder what Wanderer's gonna be like when both memories, because he's got the memory of when he's got the version of him that was Skara, and he's got this version of him now that is Wanderer. They're both gonna merge, right? It's gonna be like the good and the evil. He's gonna see all the good memories and all the positive memories and all the happy things he got in his new life, but then also remember all the tragedy, misery, and descent into madness he had in the other. So who's gonna come out on the other side of this? Oh god, we have to enter when we're ready. Hey, dude.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
Oh. It's gonna be hard to break the habit of calling him Skara, but I'll do it. He's the Wanderer now, it's what he wants to be. Skara is who he was, Wanderer is who he is. It's a dungeon! Ooh, it's a dungeon, let's go. I thought it would just be more... No, it's a... Are we going to play as Skara? As Wanderer?
This looks like Inazuma.
Please tell me we're going to play as him.
I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth.
Because this guy has like one of the craziest natural skills in the game. He's the only character that can straight up fucking fly. And I'm not even kidding.
Sounds like an
His skill makes him airborne, it makes him fly.
It's a good thing we came
Actually,
along.
does he even have a vision? Which is what allows you to use magic. He might not even have that yet in the story, because, you know, it's a new version, it's a new shell.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
And now we're just finishing the job.
Alright. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, This is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get
Oh,
stuck
is this the
here?
Found family, how they first met?
Uh-huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Jesus Christ, what a miserable state of affairs.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
Oh, we're not. I don't think we are going to play as Skara.
Warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Oh, and there's the questioning that led Wanderer to become Skara many a moon. Oh, hey, Skara, there's loot in your memory. It's nice.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
So Kabukimono he was.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Oh, jeez. Ow, that was a second charge, damn it. See, is this why whole... There's traps in here, okay, good to know. This is why, like, whole streams are dedicated to quests.
What are we doing
Back when the game first came out, most story quests were like 20 to 30 minutes long. Now they're like, how long have I been streaming? 3.5 hours and we're still going. We're hitting the dungeon. I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty. But
oh, this is the boy. This is the boy who died. This is the boy who died in the fire.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died. And then my dad got sick.
It sounds like you're not much better, kid.
He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup. We're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
Yeah, and that's the promise that ruined him.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him.
Ouch.
After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped raise him.
Did no one give this kid a name?
After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
Fire.
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Oh, no, wait. I'm misremembering. The fire did happen, but the kid already died. Skara caused the fire.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others.
Oh, yeah, Raiden and Niwa. Ooh.
The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Because everything afterwards is going to be more of what we got to know. Wanderer, can we talk about how all your memories are traps? I'm expecting there to be like another spike trap on the ceiling. Oh jeez, now where are we? Oh, like lighting here, that's cool.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you.
Oh shit.
I've been waiting.
The first Harbinger
truly is a weapon, one that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall?
And that's how the first Harbinger got Skara into the ranks.
Busted. Gotcha. Crush. Flood of frost. I condemn you.
This is bad. This isn't good.
There is no escape. Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Alright, Bulbasaur, let's get this.
This place is dark.
Yeah, no shit.
Paimon knows this place.
Oh, it is. This is where you poisoned us.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there.
Well, my fair lady. Is this
Oh, this was like hours before La Signora died.
For me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
So the actress didn't get completely
What do you have to gain?
The actress wasn't completely out of work after Signora died.
You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Oh wow, Skara literally spelled out how the fair lady La Signora died. She felt she was invincible and let her emotions overwhelm her. And both of which are literally what resulted in her death. She thought she couldn't be touched even by the gods, and so pushed her luck, and then when got challenged, let her emotions override to dive into a fight she had no potential to win.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokuden are still suffering the consequences now.
Yeah, because that's what we learned had been changed, because it was Skara who killed and ruined the Gokuden originally. Now it's not.
Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else.
Do you know what was like... I remember when the game first came out, there were so many people that were like, oh, there's no way La Signora's not going to be playable one day. She's going to be playable. She's going to be playable. They get to Inazuma, she got murdered. And that was like, oh, she's never going to be playable. She's dead. And it was mostly because of the design. Everyone, like a lot of people really, really liked her design. Which, to be fair, yeah, it's kind of sick. But I think... the first giveaway is that leakers discovered that Signora straight up has a unique model, different from any other character in the game. Her model is used for cutscene property only. There is no like play version of it. So that was the first hint that she was never going to be playable. It's also why she's slightly taller than any other female tall model. Because basically the game uses one of 6 models for every single character. 3 males, one being smaller, one being medium, and one being large, and 3 female, one being extra small, as in the child model, 1 for teen and 1 for adult. Signora's model is taller than the adult female. It's so it's not one of the template models that they use for every character. It's unique and different, and that should have been the first hint she wasn't going to be playable. But no, it was when she met her fatal end that we learned.
Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Jeez, victory feast. Jeez, that's one way of saying it, considering Signora died.
Poor little tongue. She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
And then it was us that arrived.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express
Is this mirror main supposed to be representative of Signora?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed poet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
Well, considering it still put him 2 ranks higher than you, Signora, I think you could do whatever it
Before
wants.
we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Where are we going now? Something more recent, perhaps? Yep, okay, we're at the God Factory. The God Factory that he was making to make his, like, his giant, well, like, God mech.
Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome.
Dottore.
I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
Yeah. Even ignoring all the events that caused all this, he used to experiment on children.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
So much so that Coley has like deep riddled PTSD from it. because she was one of the ones that was experimented on and was broken out as a young teenager by Amber, which is also why Coley sees Amber as like the ultimate grace and god and like the best thing ever.
Let's move on.
It's literally her hero. Oh, okay, I'm glad we don't have to do this dungeon again. I was about to say, don't make me do this fucking dungeon again. It took forever. We're just poking our head in and leaving. Got it. Are we going to be at the boss hall now? Yes.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear.
Man, did you see how much that lip syncing didn't match? Jesus Christ.
No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
You saying?
Can you return my memories to me?
Oh my god.
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
No, he'll have both. He's literally what I was saying earlier. He's gonna have both. He's gonna have both Scaramouche's memories and Wanderer's memories together to become the new complete person. So he'll probably still be quite devilish and cheeky, but there will be... and sassy, obviously. But there will be some element of kindness to him now. So he's not completely redeemed. Like, all that horrific evil that is in him will still be there. But there will be a layer of kindness that never existed before that will allow him to grow a little, to allow him to be it. So it's not a full redemption.
As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
But the Genshin writers aren't trying to literally turn him around into a complete good guy. They're going to keep the bad, but they're just going to add a new layer to him. That's all they've done, effectively. All this quest is adding a new layer to him, so then he can start to change, start to find his footing, start to find wherever it takes him.
Regaining your memories.
It's something that he does of his own freedom, and a choice he's making of his own freedom. Which probably explains why he gets an animo vision, because we know that he's based on wind magic, the playable version of him. Animo is tied to Mondstadt. Mondstadt is the nation of freedom. They really fucking fought far ahead with this. Oh, they really fought ahead with this.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Is this the true meaning of the greater Lord Rukkhadevata's words? A person can't erase themselves, and even though the original Balladeer is gone, this person will live on in his place. Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free?
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
He got an animo vision. That's how he gets the animo vision. Literally, it's his freedom to choose. But it's him. It's him. It's our boy.
This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
Guy, questions? Feeble human.
You gonna make us fight this whole boss with just Skara? Also, yeah, like I said, this motherfucker can straight up fly.
At my command, you shall fall. How amusing. Insignificant Spawn Fury.
Also, I like that the boss names changed. Everlasting Lord of Arcane Wisdom, the Omen at Memory's End.
Unsightly insects. Feeble human. Behold.
I please only be phase 1 that we have to do, and not like the whole fucking fight.
Too slow.
At least we had listened to this sick as fuck boss theme again.
The wind rises at my command.
Okay, only phase 1, thank God.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
We didn't do anything, it was, Skari.
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again.
Yeah, there's that looking down on us sound.
Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Sorry, 1 second. Now you've recovered your memories, the past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
Yeah, there's still that cynicism, there's still that dark side on him now, but there's a layer now.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
So now what will you do? Do I call you Skara or Wanderer still?
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Well, I suppose what he wants to be called. Me, myself, but not I. Oh, whoa. You saw that, right? This quest is going to make me roll for Skara. It's going to make me roll for the Wanderer. It's going to make me, like, want to get him on the team.
Welcome back, Traveler. Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the 6th is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui
I
for
wonder
good?
if that's how they're going to be. That they just remember that there was a 6th, but they don't know who it was anymore. So I don't know if there was any static there. I just had to move my mic for a second. So they like Chard will still be the 11th, Skara will still be the 8th, etc., etc. It's just that they won't know who the 6th was. They'll just remember there was a 6th. So let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed
Alright,
from
nice transition. To show that the past is still a part of him.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting.
Fair enough. Words to live by.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes. And I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
It's almost like she's the goddess of wisdom.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Nahida doesn't see you that way.
Oh right, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered.
You might discover Rukkhadevata of your own doing.
Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul.
That would be helpful, though.
What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope we can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
So I wanted to know what you changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
Shit. I didn't do this for a reward.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
We've got a scar in our pocket. He's gonna do us a favor later in the story. That's actually kind of sick in a weird, creepy way.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show
Oh, I like
up
the
in your
subtlety of
life
the
don't
eyes
just
of him like
evaporate
turning his
like
eyes
water
away.
drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Suppose that's good words of advice for anything. The longer you live, the more the bad things become smaller.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start.
Oh, I get it, Paimon. It's just you as per.
The thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Paimon, shut the fuck up.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
Anyone else to decide?
No, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Oh, jeez.
Have you got anything?
Oh my god, they're being serious. Oh my god, they're being serious. You can actually name him. Oh my god. You can obtain the item, an apoplectic stroke, from the Archon Quest Interlude Invasion of Genesis, which will allow you to change Eons Adrift Wanderer's Animo's name. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change, basically stuff that will be offensive. Once you've renamed this character, some interface in the game going forward will display the name that you have chosen. There is a limit on the number of times you can rename this character. Do so with care. Disclaimer, Travis, please ensure that you follow our terms of service, yada yada. So basically, don't say anything offensive, don't make it weird. You're welcome to use the report function and send feedback to us should you encounter the affirmation situations. Oh no! Oh my god, I didn't think about this. Oh, but I don't want to just give him something simple, because I've been calling him Skara all this time. I know that's like more of my nickname, because it's Scaramouche, but... Holy I wasn't expecting this! What? What do I name him? Oh my god. Oh my... I didn't know this. I didn't know this was gonna happen. Oh no, what do I name him? Oh fuck, you can't put me on the spot like that, game. Hang on, I need to do some Googling. No, I was going to call him Hirosha because that's Wanderer in Japanese, which would fit the Japanese aesthetic. Confucius. No. I was expecting him to come up with a name, not literally say, hey, you, protagonist, name this guy that you have seen every side of. Because there hasn't been a single character we've had as much time understanding the machinations of who they are the way we have Skara. Oh my god. Because now I have to roll for him, because it's like he's part of the crew. Oh. And I imagine in cutscenes, voice cutscenes, they'll still call him Wanderer, in the same way they call us Traveler, even though we name our character. You know what? I always call him Skara. I never called him Scaramouche. And I never called him Balladeer because I didn't care for that.
Are you sure?
Fucking Christ, now I'm not sure. Yes, I think this will do.
Oh, alright. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Skara.
Still thinking. Stop rushing me!
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
Because I spent all that time thinking about it and putting it together just to use basically a nickname that I've been referring him to since launch. So it's more like fitting for me. But I know after I finish this stream, I'm going to go online and someone's going to have called him like Bilbo Baggins. Like someone's going to have just called him whatever the fuck they want.
One more thing.
Or husband. That's the other one I'm expecting to see pop up.
There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Fine.
No nonsense. I like it. Alright, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
Yeah, there were some bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Oh, these two again.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe
Scar's
old
gonna
age.
hear it.
He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued.
And he's gonna
to
step in
cast
and be like,
their
actually,
shadow
let
in
me correct you on a few
Mikoshi Nagamasa's
things.
mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Return to the resting place. Oh, his quest still isn't done. So if I go to this... Oh no, it still says Wanderer. I was gonna say, is that changed? Is that different now? I'll wait till the quest is done before I consider if I'm gonna actually roll for him or not. I'm invested. This is one of the better story quests in the game. In my humble opinion. Oh jeez. Fuck trying to navigate this goddamn city. That's the only thing I don't like about Sumeru. The city is so annoying to navigate sometimes. Because it's so vertical and there's so many different paths you have to find to get here and everywhere. It's not flat like the other nations are. Or flatter like the other nations are. Because Liyue also has some layers to it, but nowhere near as much. It's only like the ground floor and like the balconies.
As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
I'll buy some delicious treats as a reward.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at that vase.
You broke it. What about it?
Someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
Yeah, you broke it. That's right, we stated. Paimon bumped the table being started by something to do with the Bardu and it broke the vase. But the Bardu erased his existence. He changed the world, so that's why the vase is still broken.
You sound lost and confused.
Who's that?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Who are you?
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance.
Who's
but
this?
For anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared.
Who was that? What?
And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
So she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
I wonder if that was Fontaine's Archon. Because we know that Fontaine's Archon is also a woman.
Feels wrong just
so if that female voice makes sense. I don't think that was the unknown god, because the unknown god was a lot more, you shall perish, and all that shit. I wonder what else awaits me in the future. Jeez. The inversion of Genesis. And there's the device to change his name if we so choose, right? Bestow a new name upon a certain person. Once a new name is given, it cannot be changed. Also, you get one. You only get one more rewrite. That's what that's saying. Once you use it, that's it. That's the last. That's the last one. It's like, no, stick to the fucking name. Holy sh! Oh my god. Let's get our rewards. I really enjoyed that quest. That was really good. Personally, I really enjoyed that quest. And I liked what they did with Skara. Yeah, it's all here. I want to see, hang on. Yeah, it changes in that. That's cute. In the background, it changes from Wanderer to Skara. Literally, have you got anything? Yes, I think this will do. And then Skara, alright, if you say so. Still says Wanderer there. Yeah, I'm going to roll for him. I think he's too relevant to the story, and I don't know how long he's going to stick around. I want to have him. And I've got more than enough gems to burn, so that's fine. Oh, it'd be nice if I got the other new character. And then I'll wrap. There he is. Well, it says Wanderer there, but I wonder if you equip him if it will say Skara. Yes, hello, Yanfei. And it will also be nice to have a round for mobility puzzles because of the fact he can fly. Yeah, it says Skara. It says Skara, not Wanderer. Bitch, you use them. Why would you use that as a level up resource?
I can see the great deal of effort you put forth.
Alright, calm down. Oh, and you use Perpet. Oh, that means I have to fight that. Oh god, you're gonna be a nightmare to level up. I'll worry about that off screen.
You want me to introduce myself? I've gone by many names and titles during my journey. Although each one is more eminent than any ordinary mortal could imagine, they're all just water under the bridge to me now. Call me whatever you like. Go ahead. Let me see what you can come up with. Don't disappoint me.
Yeah, it's still there. The cold stuff's still there. Oh my god, he talks about all the other Harbingers. Oh, it was worth getting him then.
The wind rise, behold, squall and fury, unsightly insect, wretched vermin, cry louder, bow your head, know your place. You dare to gaze upon me? Surge forth, upon the gale. Too slow. Quit following me.
Why does he have 4 sprint lines?
Unnecessary. You even want this? Take it and have fun. I'm used to this. Nothing worth mentioning. Why are you even here?
Fuck. Okay, so if you're online in co-op and you get on low health and there's a Skara on the team.
Worthless as expected.
Imagine hearing that.
Falling into the abyss. Everything was futile. The price for my sins. That's far enough. How amusing. You're dead. I'll have you beg for mercy. Prepare yourself for punishment. What do you want from me? This had better be important. Are you sure it has to be me? Fine. Let's get this over with.
I still didn't even get Farazan, did I? The other new character. No, I didn't. Fucking goddammit. Already set up. Let's go to my mobility team.
This had better be important.
This bitch can literally just...
Fury.
Only for a while, but he can fly. And even on the name thing on the right, it says Skara. Sure, you hold on to that for now, and I'll worry about whether I'm going to get you a decent weapon later. Who was it that got a constellation? Was it Goro? Yes.
Behold.
Jesus, this will be very helpful when I'm trying to do exploring. When new land gets added. Oh, I need to just get something from over there? Okay, let me just... You know? Does he take full damage? Oh, he's impervious to full damage. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. When you make him fly, depending on what elements around you can affect him. But if you're near water... he gets the ability to fly for longer. If he's near fire, he gets an attack boost. If he's near ice, he gets a crit rate boost. If he's near electric, normal and charge attacks hit an opponent, he'll gain energy out of it, so you can restore energy. You can have two buffs simultaneously, so you can have like water and fire and just fly around shooting them for ages. Interesting. Alright, he won't survive these encounters because they're all like level 90 plus enemies, so let's walk back to town. I'm gonna wrap it here, but I'm interested. Like, his story was good enough to make me want to have the character for plot reasons, so GG, guys. And they also explained away why I imagine Child is still the 11th Harbinger. They just said they won't remember who the 6th was, not that there wasn't a 6th. In the same way that they don't remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, yet for some reason still call Nahida Lesser Lord, implying that there is a Greater Lord but no one can remember them. Same deal. But I'm going to wrap it here. Tomorrow we're going to try out Samurai Maiden, which I'm hoping will be interesting. It looks good. It looks like just what, to be honest, it just looks like what Ninja Wars should have been, so it's just part of the reason why I'm looking forward to it, but we'll have to see how that goes. But as always, thank you so much for watching. I'm not going to cover this, but I do want to at least bring mention to it just before I vanish. This update added a trading card game that you can literally play in this. They basically added Gwents, if you're familiar with like Witcher, for example. Well, it's not Gwent, but it's the same sort of idea. They added their own card game to it. That will be a... If I was to do that, that'd be like a whole stream of itself, so I'm just not going to bother. The other new character that's added in this update is Farazan, but we unfortunately didn't get lucky with her, and I'm not that fussed, so I don't want to start burning through all of my resources just to get her. I wouldn't invest stock in what Ninja was. Yeah, but I wanted to try it out, so here we are. We'll find out together, and then I can give you the recommendation once after tomorrow, whether it's worth trying or worth avoiding. I'm gonna spend the next 3 days working in editing. Yeah, fair enough, dude. After, because like Thursday and Friday, so you know, like tomorrow and Friday are gonna be trying out Samurai Maiden. Sorry, I don't know why I keep on saying Sakurai. I don't know why that word comes to my mind. But I'm going to be trying out that. If I end up really not liking it, Friday will be Callisto, but if I do, then we'll do more of it. And then starting Sunday, I'm going to be doing a lot more Riser streams per week. Because I don't like the fact I've only been doing like 1 or 2 per week the past few weeks. I plan to make it like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will all be Riser sort of thing. try and get back into the rhythm of doing more Alea streams, because I am really getting back into Ryza, so I want to play more. But that'll do. That'll do it from me. As always, thank you so much for watching. This was genuinely a really well written quest in my opinion. I really enjoyed it. And I will see you guys tomorrow when we try out Samurai Maiden. Till then,